And then on my list also, I have invited very auspicious people to the high table. Mr. Bulu Zakaria, who is the Code of Conduct Review Commissioner. Are you here, Mr. Bulu? Please, can we give him a round of applause? Let's, after everything I told you about breakfast, everything I said, please, one more time, just one more time. Thank you. So now, of course, okay, so we're just going to delve into the first on the agenda, which is the national anthem. Typically, I like that there is a mix of different generations here, clearly, and our age is about to show, because I'm very certain that because we're not going to school now, most of us still cannot sing the national anthem. As for me, I can sing it. It's just that I don't like to show off, so I'll be quiet, but typically I can sing it. But of course, you can all rise for the national anthem, please. But before that, please allow me to invite Mr. Akintunde Soya, who is the Managing Director of Nelfon. Please, can we give him a round of applause? Bad. Are we set? Okay, who is going to lead this national anthem now? Oh, I don't like to show off. Show one minute. Yeah. No, 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 no. I mean, our age really should properly, because a lot of you were looking at me to see whether I can sing it, and I'm sure I shamed you because I sang it. I can sing it. Thank you very much once again. Can we go again with another round of applause? Me, I like clapping. Just one more, one more. All right, thank you. Without further ado, already we are way behind time. I'm just going to go ahead and call the chairman of HEDA, Mr. Olaribaju Suraju, who is going to come up with the opening remark. Please, can you give me a round of applause? If not, you should have no breakfast. That's the chairman of HEDA. Actually, I don't want to clap louder. Thank you.
Well, might not be as gentle as the moderator, so if you don't give me a good round of applause, I will not allow the program to proceed. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Resource Center, I would want to once again follow in the suit of the moderator by the compare by also apologizing for the little delay. For us, especially at the corruption situation room, we don't encourage any form of delay. We want to start at the nick of time. And that was why she, at the nick of 10 o'clock, appealed for the extension of time, but even though we did that, we still want to maintain that part of the process of promoting the integrity we're talking about, and also the moral rectitude that we want to promote in the system, is to ensure that we don't condone the attitude of talking about there's nothing that is called African time. It's just abuse of what we should be celebrating as part of our morality. If you go to other events, even in some other African countries, if you arrive at the nick of time, you're considered to be late because they expect you to arrive like 5 minutes before so that you can hang your jacket, you can try to settle down, and the program can start at the exact time. So on behalf of HEDA Resource Center, I also want to welcome you to this 38 anti-corruption situation room that is specially convened by HEDA with our partners, the Kano State Anti-Corruption and Public Complaints Commission. The compare also forgot to recognize the chairman of the Kano State, Barrister Muhui Mogaji. Please, thank you very much for the collaboration. We have the EFCC and the ICPC as partners in convening this forum. For us, it is always an opportunity to have the gathering of stakeholders to have engaged extensively at the progress that Nigeria is making around the issue of corruption. And we've had this collaboration for long. We have people like Mr. Akim Lawal, who was former director of the ICPC, Director of Operations, and HEDA has nothing less than about over 20 years of collaborating with ICPC and supporting and promoting the effort that also entrenching some of the activities and granting it within the public ownership, because it is important that we know that politicians usually never in any way want to rock the boat or fight corruption, really. It is only the people, the media and the civil society that are able to not only promote it, and it is also critical that we know that quite a lot of many innovative, committed, upright people in those institutions. And it is only when we in the civil society and media are able to support them that they can confront sometimes the whims and caprices of the politicians, who many times don't have the political will to push through with some of the agendas and the law. And that is why in Nigeria, one of the reasons and easiest way to escape is to start telling you that the law is insufficient and there's always the need to review the law. We need to make new laws. We never have the challenges of shortages of law in Nigeria. The only problem we always have is the commitment, the willingness, and the will to actually implement the ones that, if we are able to implement 50% of the laws in Nigeria, we will be far better than where we are. So as part of this effort is why we've also convened this one to deliberately look at the little progress that Nigeria just made, also with the corruption perception index, which shows a kind of a progress, and then to see how we want to sustain that and not in any way fall short of the progress that we've already made, and also the development and the new things that we want to see. So it is good to see some of the people like Mr. Lawal here, and then also Professor Rata, who's also been sufficiently known for the effort, and some of the pioneers, including Professor Abdullahi Shehu, who has been one of the main backers of the anti-corruption situation room, and also one of the designers and framers of not only just the EFCC contribution to ICPC, but many policies that are involved with our corruption effort. You have, and I should recognize the compare, unfortunately, maybe because they don't know many of the old horses. Also, Ms. Lydia Eke, who's also been the head of Tuga and also contributed to many of the transformations you have here. I have my friend and brother here, Emerike as well, who is not only also doing wonderful things with the National Assembly. We want to see how we can get into many of the institutions that are relevant to the issues of corruption, and that is why we're also looking specifically at the issue of independence of the judiciary, because there's a limit to what the anti-corruption agencies can do, everything many times still boils down to the judiciary. So if you don't have an independent initial and also dynamic judicial system, then we're all just making a joke of all the effort. So on this note, on behalf of HEDA Resource Center and our partners, I welcome everybody to the 38th anti-corruption situation. Good to have you. My sister Jane, we look for Tuga for the succession and the UNODC represented by Princess as well. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Please, can we go again with another round of applause? Thank you. I'm so glad that you are trying not to hurt my feelings, because if you don't clap, I don't know, something's to shift in my heart. That's why I'm always saying clap. Thank you very much. Quickly, thank you very much, Mr. Suraj, for that one. I always say that as far as corruption is concerned, it's a cankerworm and it's really eating deep into the system. So I'm really glad that we're having these conversations because they are very, very, very vital. Before we go into the next thing, we just have a whole announcement from the hotel. Please just listen attentively. This is very important for your safety. And it goes thus. Dear guests, you're welcome to the event. The hotel management wishes to advise all participants to take the following security precaution geared towards having a hitch-free event, I beg your pardon, to curb the nefarious acts of some syndicates that mingle into important functions like this, pretending to be participants. One, all participants should be properly accredited and accreditation card conspicuously displayed. Try to recognize those around you. Network. Remember not to leave your laptop and handbag in your vehicle. Take good care of your valuable, especially your bags, laptop, computers, GSM handsets, etc. These are some of the items targeted by criminals, especially during tea break, lunch, or dinner. And when you leave, especially tea break, lunch, or dinner period, and when you leave your seat or the hall. The hotel will not be held liable, and HEDA Resources will not be held liable to any loss of the above item. We wish you a successful deliberation. Thank you, management. So please, if your bags or your laptops are in your car, please go pick them up and make sure that you're not out displayed. The whole purpose of this is one of the purposes of this event is to network. So please know the people around you. I don't know if you have seen that story on Twitter of this lady that goes to weddings. She would dance even more than the bride, but actually what she's trying to do is get too familiar with you so that by the time you want to contact her, like, hey, hold my phone. By the time you have come back, she has collected her phone and she has disappeared. So this is what we're trying to avoid, make sure that it does not happen. Thank you very much once again. I'm just going to recognize some very important people. By the way, everybody here is very, very important. I'm just giving special recognition so that we can have the 39th session again. I'm going to first and foremost recognize Mr. Muhi Magaji, who is the chairman, Kano State Anti-Corruption Commission. Can we give him a round of applause? Thank you. We also have Dr. Chido Onoma, who is the ED AfriMail. Give him a round of applause. Okay. So when I recognize, can you just wave so that we see you and we know you? Thank you. Then we have Mr. Lawal Hamza, who is the ED code. Can we give a round of applause? Okay, okay, then we have Mrs. Eke Anyanwu. Can we give her a round of applause? Thank you. Sorry. We have Mr. Ashley MNK. Can we give him a round of applause? Mr. Ashley. Okay, he's right here. Oh. Then we have Mr. Wilson Umwajere. Sorry, let me just crave indulgence in case I murder your name. It's not on purpose. I am really trying my best to make sure I pronounce it properly. In fact, I've decided to learn many languages so that when I host events like this, I will pronounce all the names seamlessly. We have Mr. Wilson Umwajere. I hope I got that correctly. He's the Director of Public Affairs, EFCC. Mr. Wilson, right there. Thank you very much, sir. And then we have Miss Princess Shiferu, who is from UNODC. She's right here. Thank you very round of applause. Then we have Dr. Adebayo Adebukola. Can we give him a round of applause? Thank you very much for that one. All right, thank you. Can we go again with just one last round of applause for all of you? Thank you very much. I'm just going to go straight to the next thing on the agenda, which is the chairman of the event's opening remark. We're just going to listen to Prof. Issa Reda give us his opening remark. Can we give him a round of applause, please? Okay.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome to the 38th Anti-Corruption Situation Room. Going forward, we have a very loaded agenda. Now, we are going to have good messages. Chair, Suraj, we'll do the goodwill messages, then he presents. So, goodwill messages goes in this order. My own is, I thought I'm going to wrap up. Yes, I want to give others the opportunity, then I'll wrap up, then I'll call the keynote speaker. But after welcoming you, let's have the goodwill messages of the guest here, MacArthur Foundation, which are if I've seen college team. Well, let's go forward. When he comes, we'll do that. The chairman of ICPC, Mutiat Musa, represented by Mutiat Musa. So we need your goodwill message. The next will be CCB chairman. Next will be NEL Fund. After that, we'll take goodwill message from senior advocate. After that, we take goodwill message from Chairman Anti-Corruption Commission, Kano State, Barrister Muhima Gashi. Then we'll have goodwill message from NRODC, and the list goes on. So I give you a couple of minutes to do that.
Thank you very much, Prof. Please, can we give a round of applause for the dexterity of time? This round of applause is hurting my feelings. Can we give him a louder round of applause? Thank you very much. Of course, we're just going to go straight into the Google messages, and we have quite a lineup here. And I'm very certain that if you pay attention, you're going to pick a lot of things in it. And by the time you leave this hall, you'll be brand new people because we're about to receive nuggets of knowledge. First and foremost, I'm going to call the ICPC's chairman, who's ably presented by Mrs. Mutiat Musa, for her goodwill message. Please, can we give her a round of applause? Oh. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm here to present goodwill message of the Honorable Chairman of ICPC, Dr. Musa Adamu Adiu. At this occasion, the 38th Anti-Corruption Situation Room, organized by Human and Environmental Development Agenda Resource Center, held on the 27th February 2025. Distinguished guests, esteemed stakeholders and participants, it is with great honor and a profound sense of duty that I extend the goodwill message of the Honorable Chairman, Dr. Musa Adamu Aliyu SAN, to the organizers and participants of this program.
We commend HEDA Resource Center for its unwavering commitment to fostering good governance, transparency, and accountability in Nigeria. Corruption remains one of the greatest impediments to national development, eroding trust in institutions, stifling economic growth, and diminishing the effectiveness of governance. Recognizing this challenge, the Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Act 2000 establishes a three-pronged approach in combating corruption, enforcement, prevention, and public enlightenment. While enforcement ensures that offenders are held accountable, prevention seeks to create robust systems that deter corrupt practices, and public enlightenment fosters a culture of integrity by equipping citizens with the knowledge and tools to resist corruption. The theme of this event, ethics, integrity, corruption risk assessment, and anti-corruption and the national and subnational levels of Nigeria, sustaining the fight against corruption, is not only timely but also critical as we continue to tackle the pervasive issues of corruption and impunity in our nation. Ethics and integrity are the foundation upon which sustainable governance and national development rests. Strengthening anti-corruption mechanisms at both national and subnational levels is essential to ensuring that public institutions uphold the highest standards of accountability to reclaim our future and build a Nigeria where integrity, accountability, and ethical governance thrive. We must adopt a multi-sectoral approach that involves both states and non-state actors. HEDA Resource Center has been at the forefront of this battle, consistently convening national conversations that challenge impunity and strengthen transparency mechanisms. The anti-corruption situation has become an invaluable platform for driving actionable solutions and deepening stakeholder engagement in the fight against corruption. At ICPC, we recognize the fight against corruption requires a collective approach, collaborating with government agencies, civil society organizations, the private sector, and the general public. By working together, we can institutionalize transparency, promote ethical governance, and develop actionable strategies that will help reclaim the integrity of our systems. As the event unfolds, we should all remember that every act of integrity contributes to a stronger, more transparent society. The outcome of today's discussion must not only inspire commitment, but also translate into concrete actions that will strengthen anti-corruption institutions and reinforce public trust in governance. I encourage all stakeholders present, government agencies, civil society, organizations, the private sector, and the media to actively engage in the discussion, propose concrete recommendations, and take ownership of the collective responsibility to eliminate corruption. Sustaining the fight against corruption in Nigeria is a shared duty, and we must all rise to the occasion. Once again, I commend HEDA Resource Center for its relentless efforts in promoting good governance and accountability. The ICPC remains fully committed to working alongside partners in ensuring a corrupt-free Nigeria. Thank you, and I wish you a fruitful deliberation.
Thank you very much for that one. It was certainly delivered, and I think personally I picked some very, very key items that I wanted to also reiterate. And she talked about actively engaging in conversation and also talked about taking ownership. I think that's very important. We need to understand that the fight against corruption is a very serious one, and all hands must be on deck. That's including your own hands. Sorry, Thank you very much for your patience. I just wanted to do a quick housekeeping. While she was delivering her speech, two important persons actually stepped into the room. We have Dr. Amina Sadi of the MacArthur Foundation, Deputy Director of the MacArthur Foundation. Please, can we give her a round of applause? Thank you very much for coming, ma'am. And also, the chairman ESCC actually walked in while she was delivering her speech. Mr. Ola Olukoede, I hope I got that correctly. The chairman ESCC. This round of applause is not for the chairman. Because we are not even supposed to be having this conversation without him, so I don't understand why the clap will not be very loud. Thank you very much for that one. And thank you very much for being good sport so far. And the clap has been resounding, and I love the sound of it so far. Without further ado, I'm just going to go ahead and call the next goodwill message. I'm going to call Dr. Amina to give us her own goodwill message from MacArthur Foundation. Please, can we give her a round of applause?
Many thanks indeed for your kindness, my sister. I was just negotiating with her and asking, how much time do I have? And she said, well, it is me, I'm her sister. So I just thought I should put that on the table so you'd understand. But I won't go on and on and on and on and on. Distinguished leaders of Nigeria, especially the anti-corruption field, friends of Nigeria, good morning. And forgive me for getting here when I did, and when Professor Hill put me on the spot, I knew I was in trouble, because when your professor tells you to do something, you have to jump and do it. I had negotiated with my brother Larry that I had to be at an event in Ube on behalf of the MacArthur Foundation, and I would find my way here from Ube, and that's exactly what I did. And it's always an honor to be here at forums such as this one and to speak on behalf of the MacArthur Foundation. Because MacArthur Foundation has been in Nigeria for 30 years. And just, last year we marked those 30 years. And one thing that really resonated with us in terms of what people have told us we have done in this country is that we have stood with Nigeria through its difficult moments in the 90s and in the 90s, in the late 80s, when development partners were exodus in this country, we stood with the country. They also tell us that we have, thank you very much for that. They also tell us that we have grown roots in this country, therefore. And when you have grown roots in a place, you ensure that the people lead the change they want to see. And however good philanthropy is, it's only as good as the partners and the partnerships that it enables. And so the fact that Nigerians are paying close attention to matters of accountability and anti-corruption, the fact that we recognize that whatever resource we put in whatever sector, if that resource is not supported and protected to deliver on what it's meant to deliver, would all be wasting our entire time. So it's been an honor to lead from behind by supporting Nigerian-led effort to reduce corruption. And every time the anti-corruption situation room has invited our office to be a dialogue such as this one, we're always awed by the depth and breadth of the room in terms of the quality of conversations, in terms of the quality of representation. And if we cannot get our leaders in the room to have this kind of conversation, then we should know we're in trouble. So the fact that we're able to get our leaders in the room tells us that there's hope for this country. And we have to be optimistic. We have to be optimistic because there's no any other country for us to go to. There's nowhere in the world we're going to go to that will be first-class citizens. Even our neighbors are afraid of us because Nigerians with our swag and everything will just capture the space. And they don't want to lose their own land and their own sovereignty and all of that. So, distinguished leaders, we have to make this country work. We have to do our part, and all of us can play our part. MacArthur will play its part, but MacArthur must draw energy from all of the leaders in this room and outside this room, because this country is our commonwealth. and you do not outsource your commonwealth. You protect your commonwealth, you nurture your commonwealth, and you make sure that there's equitable sharing of that commonwealth. And that distinguished leaders, for me, is the purpose of this conversation and this gathering. I'd like to thank my brother Larry Siraj in closing, and the collaboration he has with my very big brother from the Kano Anti-Corruption Agency, Barrister Mui Magaji, and all the distinguished colleagues who are up on the, I don't want to call it the high table, the lead table. On behalf of Dr. Kolia Meshe, team of MacArthur Foundation, I thank you for this moment and wish you fruitful deliberations.
Thank you very much. I know that I said I support both women's wrong and right, but you would agree with me that this was completely right. Please, can we go again with a round of applause? Thank you very much, Dr. Amina, for that very, very important one. And I think that I made a note of one thing you said, this particular one where you said we cannot outsource our commonwealth. And I think that I'm going to print it on a shirt and be selling it by the door by the time we're done from this place, because we need to reiterate it, we need to say it loud that Nigeria is the only country that we have true, and we definitely need to protect it. Thank you very much once again. I'm going to go right ahead and invite the next person. I'm going to invite the chairman of CCB to also give us his good message. Okay, let me do that once again. I'm going to invite Mr. Bullis Zakaria, who is the chairman of the commissioner of CCB. Please, can we give him a round of applause? Thank you.
Thank you, my sister. Good morning, members of the high table. Good morning, participants. I am Zephania Ishakopoulos, not Zachariah. Zephania Ishakopoulos. I came in here this morning smiling because of the beautiful faces that I saw. And these beautiful faces have been in forefront in this fight against corruption. A few of them ladies very strong in this fight against corruption. And our guest speaker today, the professor himself. I stand on behalf of the chairman, Code of Conduct Bureau, Dr. Julahi Bello, who is out of town and asked me to represent him. I've had my stay in the Code of Conduct Bureau for a period of over 35 years. And so this is home. At my time with the chairman of HEDA, my brother Suraj, despite all the challenges and turmoils he has passed through even in this fight. The simple message from Dr. Bello is that as we gather today to discuss one of the most pressing issues facing our nation, that is corruption, we commend HEDA for the unwavering commitment to advancing the fight against corruption, for promoting transparency and ensuring accountability at all levels of government. Corruption remains a significant barrier to our nation's progress. And while we have made strides, much remains to be done. There's so much that needs to be done. It is through collective efforts guided by integrity, ethics, and a strong sense of justice that we can effectively combat this scourge. The discussion here today are crucial in shaping actionable strategies to safeguard Nigeria's future and to uphold the principles of good governance. The Code of Conduct Bureau remains dedicated to its mission of promoting accountability, and transparency in public service. That is our key mandate, to talk about issues of morality and accountability in public office. We recognize that the fight against corruption requires strong collaboration between both states and non-state actors. Our chairman has taken this challenge so seriously that he knows for CCB to succeed, there must be collaboration with other anti-corruption agencies. And today we are putting our voice also to the non-state actors, that yes, CCB is willing to collaborate with non-state actors in this fight against corruption. So as we reflect on the theme of today, I urge participants to please pay attention and make positive contributions so that it will be better for us and better for our country. Thank you so much and have a lovely day.
Very much so, and sincere apologies for giving you a new surname. It was not, I was sincerely apologize for that. And thank you very much for that one. I think key points that always jump out from every of this conversation, every of this good message is the need for all of us to put all our hands on deck. It's the fact that corruption is not just the business of the government, it's the business of every one of us. Thank you very much once again. Please, can we give it another round of applause? Thank you very much. Without further ado, I'm going to be calling the next person. That's the Managing Director of NEL Fund, Mr. Akintunde Sawyer. If I got that right. Please, can we give him a round of applause? Okay, it's because I've already arranged the tea. They will take it back. One more round of applause so that you're not too back.
Distinguished members of the lead table, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I bid you all a good morning. And I want to state for the record that I'm delighted and highly honored to be invited to this event and to have the opportunity to speak. My name is Akintunde Sawyer. I'm the Managing Director of the Nigeria Education Loan Fund, a very important legacy project of the administration. As I just said, I count it a great privilege and honor to be considered and chosen by Human and Environmental Development Agency, Agenda, I beg your pardon, as a special guest to attend and deliver an address of goodwill at its 38th Anti-Corruption Situation Room themed Ethics, Integrity, Corruption Risk Assessment, and Anti-Corruption at the national and subnational levels of Nigeria, sustaining the fight against corruption. Notwithstanding, the national and global efforts at combating corruption still remains an existential problem and threat to humanity. And therefore, the relevance of continuing with activities such as this kind of conversation being championed by HEDA, the corporate strength, existence, and ultimate economic and social stability of any nation, no doubt, depend on the accountable and transparent management of its resources in a manner devoid of corruption to promote prosperity, fairness, and equity amongst the citizens. As daunting as fighting corruption may be, the broad approach to tackling it has remained the use of enforcement and prevention mechanisms. It is often thought that the coercive and sanction elements of enforcement would have been very effective in dealing with the malaise of graft, abuse of office, economic sabotage, economic and financial crime, embezzlement, fraud, and other species of corrupt practices. However, experiences and studies have shown that prevention method in fighting corruption is systemic and more likely to address corruption at the organic level for results. In this regard, the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, UNCAC, and other regional anti-corruption protocols, as well as anti-graft legislation in Nigeria, especially the ICPC and EFCC Act, recognize the imperative of deploying preventative methodology in combating corruption. The crafting of the theme of this situation room and topics of breakout sessions, obviously and rightly so, seek to focus on ethics, integrity, leadership, accountability, media, and technology, which are essentially preventative measures with capacity to sustainably and effectively combat corruption. We should note, though, that this does not diminish the utility of enforcement, as the principle still remains: punish one, deter all. From the start of our operations at the Nigeria Education Loan Fund, we were mindful of the need to ensure that as much as possible, our process of loan disbursements to students was devoid of person-to-person contact, which often enable opportunity to perpetrate corrupt practices, and therefore we decided to leverage on technology in the data collection. The eligibility, assessment, payment, and monitoring of loan disbursements to students. As a policy, all internal processes at NELFund are technology-enabled and dependent. We are sure this approach is not just peculiar to NELFund, as it is common knowledge that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, has been consistent in promoting the use of technology in federal agencies in delivering public service. Meanwhile, agencies like ICPC continue to promote the need for ethics and integrity among officials of government, and the culture of providing public service without compromise through the yearly deployment of Ethics and Integrity Compliance Scorecard, EICS, in MDAs, in order to improve transparent service delivery and prevent corruption. For NELFund, its long-term survival and sustainability can only be guaranteed on honest, transparent, and accountable management of the sources of its statutory funding. We are rest assured that at NELFund, the current government stance and policy in strengthening anti-corruption institutions will in no small measure assist in facilitating this goal and secure the future of our youth through continuous availability of funds for NELFund's loans to students. On our part, we have established the Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit, Act 2, to implement relevant anti-corruption practices and mainstream ethics and integrity amongst our staff. Notwithstanding the efforts of the government at the federal and state levels, the role of civil society organizations like HEDA and others critical to identifying issues, promoting dialogue, and preferring solutions that can help curb corruption through preventative means. In this regard, HEDA is commended, highly commended, for its consistency, eternal vigilance, and responsible advocacy over the years. As I conclude, I urge HEDA and other civil society organizations to come on board and assist NELFund in building confidence amongst its stakeholders, especially students and their parents and guardians, to appreciate the benefits of the student loan in the economic ease and comfort it provides for them towards the actualization of the education dreams of their children, as well as the alternative use of personal resources for economic activities to improve their lives and well-being. I, for one, am confident that this Situation Room dialogue will generate practical, positive, and actionable ideas that will contribute significantly towards our unceasing quest to reduce the incidence of corruption, especially in public service at both national and subnational levels of government. I thank you all sincerely for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, can we go again to another round of applause? I know that Dr. Amina did mention that the quality of the persons in the room and the conversation is one that is, you know, overwhelming, quite very intriguing and interesting. And you would agree with me that the dexterity of the delivery of all of these speeches and goodwill messages and all of the nuggets that we'll be picking from it is really something beautiful. And maybe we should give HEDA Resource another round of applause for putting together this people, for bringing them here from their busy schedules to actually talk to us. It's been beautiful so far. And in his speech, the managing director of NEL Fund, one thing that stuck with me, he said the best method in preventing corruption is systemic. That got me thinking, right? It's looking into an overhaul of the system. It's looking into how best to be fixed this from within, from the system itself. I know one time on Twitter, somebody said, usually you're a product of your environment, but by the time you hit it's no longer about your background because you are now the background, right? So we're now looking at how we can really actually fix this background of ours. Thank you very much once again, sir, for that one. And I'm just going to go ahead and call the next person. I'm going to call Mr. Mui Magaji, who is the Chairman, Kano State Anti-Corruption Commission. Please can we give him a round of applause?
Chairman of the Economic and Financial Crime Commission, my boss, Professor Shewa Abdullahi, and Professor Sadiq Radha, representative of the EFCC, ICPC, Code of Conduct Bureau, and other distinguished members of the high table, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Well, many people appreciate, and the speakers appreciate the persistency and consistency of HEDA in sustaining the fight against corruption. And I think I'm a living testament. Many people that I come to know in the anti-corruption community, being the pioneer, subnational anti-corruption leader in the country, I know them through this forum. And I passed through a lot of tribulations that this anti-corruption situation is my saving ground. I have a story to tell. I think last 2 months, we're dealing with a case whereby the commission investigated the case of allegation against somebody that diverted money from the Kano State government account into personal account that he personally maintained. And that case was charged to court. And after we charged the case to court, then they made a series of attempts. Unlike the EFCC, they can go and have an interim provision, but in our law, we don't have that provision. So we have to attach the property after we seize it with the money and the case levy. We're able to trace about 700 million naira in his bank account, about 3 different bank accounts. And we're able to seize valuables, both mobile and immobile properties, worth 2 billion naira. And we're able to guard that place for almost 2 years. I'm the one, okay, I'm the one that guard the place for almost 2 years since I came back from my sabbatical. So, but what happened was that I was away in Saudi Arabia. Somebody called me that they're making an attempt to remove that property. So when I realized, I now found out that they secure fraudulent court order, and they deliberately refuse to attach to sue or to involve join the commission, and they only sue the police, and the police did not defend the suit. They got a default judgment, and now they want to take away that property, and even after they have successfully removed 230 million out of the seized or frozen money. So that's when I took it upon myself. We quickly, apply for the joinder. We quickly do all the necessary process. But to my surprise, before I even come back, a sister organization is helping them to take away the proceeds of crime. So I swiftly, when I come back, we mobilize and we use the state resources to take away the seized items to another location that is belong to government. To cut things short, I was in my office. A young woman entered. My head of operation is chief superintendent of police, and his twice is a superintendent of police. So they come with one person, a very young woman like that. He was very rude, and he was asking me to follow him to Zone 1 headquarters. That somebody is needed, the marriage is needed in Abuja. Why I say this, I'm a living testimony, because even because of the intervention of Mr. Panana, they intended to take me from Kano to Abuja that night by road. It was Mr. Panana that tried his best and make sure that that didn't happen. So now what happened was that, and it is a situation room, because Raj and all other practitioners, govern themselves, issue press statement to the extent that the police, deny the fact that I was arrested. But eventually I was arrested. Mr. Panana is aware of it. So the situation room here is very, very important. And to me, that's why I don't joke with it. And it is a symbol of resilience of the fight against corruption. Because the worst part of corruption is impunity. The impunity. These people, they say fight, so we are fighting people. And we are not fighting, we are fighting attitudes. Attitudes in people. And they are very, 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 very powerful. So they can come after us anytime. And that is why you see all the actors, and I'm not defending anybody, but all the anti-corruption actors, I'm proud to say that upon all the allegations been leveling against us and the anti-corruption community, I think none was sustained. Because yes, you can make allegation against anybody, but how to prove the allegation is different entirely. You see, when they come to me, they come with a fact that the allegation against me is abuse of power. I asked the young man, did they tell you that I'm a lawyer? Did you know that I don't know where abuse of power become something that you can come in? Another one is trespass and mischief. Trespass and mischief, I asked him, are you taking me to Abuja to investigate a crime that is created by Kano State law? So which court are you taking me in Abuja? So I thank you very much, Mr. Sraj, for bringing us together to sustain the fight against, especially as supply chain, because it's very, very difficult. It's very, very easy for Mr. Olukayede to send somebody to come and pick somebody. But when you are doing it local, that is when the problem is. And that's, I said, it is very difficult, or the takeoff of other state anti-corruption agencies become very, very slow because of the nature of how corruption is trying to assist the fight in Nigeria. Thank you very much, and I thank you very much for inviting us.
Thank you very much, sir. Personally, I think that I find storytelling one of the best ways to actually get messages across, because it gives you a very human view of what actually is going on, and you are like, finally, I can actually make sense. I can totally resonate. I totally understand it, because this has happened to somebody. So thank you very much once again, Mr. Muimagaji. All right. Next on this audio message list is none other than the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, Mr. Ola Olukoyede, who is going to come here and also give us his good message. Please, can we give him a standing round?
I'll try to put us.
told them when I went to university, all the local part of the chair and the commission of the state. I told them my place where I came from, if you mispronounce my name, you sanctioned. Pay fine of a chicken. Split, we pronounce it twice. If you find a goat, you do it 3 times. Fortunately, the governor didn't pronounce my name very well. I came back house. Mr. Comrade Larry Suraj, the chair of HEDA, a good friend and my brother, the members of the lead. What did you call it now? Lead table, not ITV again. Lead table. It's a new innovation. Okay. And then we confer professorship on you today. I don't need your permission to confer one on you. The representative of the chair of CCP, good brother, commissioner, Professor Abdullah, good to see you again. After your sojourn, because you ran to Russia. Went to enjoy. By the time you came back from Russia, you have had to do it. And I said, are we still fighting corruption together? Because Nada is my good worker. We've been together, we're in trenches together, the days of Pakak. Good to see you, sir. Thank you very much, Father. Good to see you. SAN, well done, sir. MD, I don't know. You know, the guy came from UK and they gave him this appointment. So one day, just rushed to my office. What's going on in this country? I gave him money. Now people are trying to steal the money. I said, look at this man. I think you are in UK, you better adjust your company and be ready to fight. If you are in UK where there are processes and processing systems where at the press of a button things go right, don't be so here. You fight and fight and fight. But I think it's adjusting now. You understand the system. We are working together anyway. We're doing well. NEFON is one of the projects I believe in. Because some of the forfeited assets have been invested there. So we are monitoring it day and night. All our corporates in the house, Madam Chuga, good to see you. Madam William, now we keep jamming everywhere. Well done. Where is Barrister Magaji? He has gone out. The guy is facing fire. It's called me one day, say, now so this TV, I think it's child's play. Thank you very much for inviting me here. My brother, how now? You need your legislative intervention. I hope you are doing there. Thank you very much. Thank you. I wish to put on record my appreciation of the invitation to be by HEDA to be part of this event with significant ramifications for the fight against corruption in Nigeria. Ethics, integrity, and fraud risk assessment, which we call the corruption risk assessment, is something that must be the first burner of our fight against corruption in Nigeria. Keyword is integrity. If you don't have it, you don't have anything. And what is integrity? How many of us can stand and say, I can defend what I have legitimately? For me, that's integrity. When you have the opportunity to steal and you discipline yourself, prepare yourself, consider the interest of others first. And I keep telling people, I say, governance is a serious business. It's only here we see it as an opportunity to make money. It's not really. No, governance is the most difficult thing anywhere in the world where things work. I prefer to do my private practice and work in my private office than be in government. But
And unfortunately, we see governance here as a means to make wealth. That's why public corruption is so, the rate of public corruption is so high. That if you look at the ratio, the proportion of our investigation and investigation, probably it takes about 80 to 20. Public corruption to private corruption. 80 to 20. And it's important for us to examine ourselves as Nigerians. Who are the people that we say that are corrupt? If you have the opportunity to serve tomorrow, will you be able to bridle yourself and curtail yourself and discipline yourself? Some of us will criticize. There's no integrity, we are corrupt because you have not had the opportunity. Some time ago, when I was secretary in the FCC, some of you know the story. Of course, if you are doing this work and you have not been persecuted, you are not really doing the right. But as a Magaja, I asked sometimes, I didn't know you have stepped down. How now? That's some baptism of fire. The more we still come, so we must be ready to know what we are going to take. I had the opportunity as secretary of FCC because I was statutorily in charge of management of forfeited assets. I went to, we were planning to auction some of the trucks that we have seized over the years. We are getting routine. We go to the president, they approved. So my chairman then, we agreed that we should select a committee. So we selected asset forfeiture committee comprising of about 6 directors, including myself as the chairman of the committee, a few other staff. And so we advertised for auctioneers. So they applied. We were able to just list about 11 of them. Incidentally, I've shared this story before. I'm going to repeat it here. My brother-in-law happens to be an international auctioneer. He applied. His application came to me. I saw it and I shredded it. So somebody, my PA, who knew him, called him and told him what I did. And for 6 months, he didn't talk to me. So we did the auction. One of my brothers, my elder brother, called me. I heard you are doing the auction. Please, I need a draw for my business. I said, sir, go and read what we published. Conflict of interest. No staff of EFCC or immediate members of the family is allowed. He said, no, they will use another name. Of course, they will have helped them. I know they could do that. He said, no, they won't trace it to him. I said, I'm not interested, sir. Don't even try it. He too, for a long time, he didn't talk to me. My brother, same father. We did the auction. After about 8 months down the line, down the road, they set up a panel. All of you know, they call it salary panel. To investigate activities of the FCC. I and my chairman then were placed on suspension. Why, what happened and all of that is another story for me. Now they began to investigate all what we did in this. They investigate the particular auction I did in Port Harcourt. Now assuming they found the name of my brother-in-law, I picked him as one of the auctioneers. What could have been the result? Probably by now we'll be in jail. And I give you another example. I lost my mother in the year 2020. Suraj, when did I lose my mother? Yeah, 2019. We went for the funeral. I was secretary of the FCC then. People are, I've said this story and I'm going to share it with you. For some of us to learn and to understand the kind of work we do and what it means to fight for it. People came, usually the way we commiserate with people and all of that.
A day before the funeral, I decided not to go on time. So I went to my place a day before the funeral service. By the time I go to my compound, I have a small compound with my visa. By the time I go to my compound, anyway, I paid that compound almost several years ago, during the FCC. I saw about 17 cows in my compound, including pregnant ones, all of that. Now, by the time I got home, my gate man presented a box to me, a carton. And inside it, I saw so many checks and drafts from ministers, from permanent secretaries, from direct DG of agencies. And so I went in, I showed it to my wife. I said, praise God. I said, praise God for what? So by the time we put all the checks together, counted close to 500 million. I lost my mother, secretary of the EFCC. Right now, burial ceremony. Got almost 500 million naira. So I looked at it. DG of this, MD of this, permanent secretary this. So we put all these checks together. Try to know where each check came from. After the burial, I did a letter against each check and draft. And I sent it to everywhere the check came from. It's a traditional gift. Yes, I know. But was it expedient for me to take such gift as Secretary of EFCC? Now I will tell you why it wasn't. Same way, I did the burial in September 2019. By July 22nd, 2020, I was under investigation. Now, assuming all those checks were paid into my account as traditional gifts, as people said, and some of the MDAs that we were investigating in the FCC, some of their directors and their DGs and their ministers under those, those ministries, sent checks to me. Ordinarily, for burial, some 1 million, some 20 million, and all of that. Even though that wouldn't have influenced my decision if I was in a position to actually determine what will happen to the investigation. But would it have been expedient for me? I would have explained now before a panel. And the source checks paid into my account. The first thing they did when I was on that was to check all my accounts everywhere. So assuming they found those checks paid into my account, would it have been a good event for me to say it was my mother's burial? When they were actually looking for me to roast me, looking for every opportunity. For me, that's what you call integrity. You go beyond a level of expectation. Not even to see what is lawful or unlawful now, but to see what is expedient and not expedient. That's when we can win this battle. I'm not saying I'm a saint, but what I'm saying, there are certain things you should avoid when you find yourself in a kind of precarious position that we find ourselves as crusaders. So that when you are fighting, nobody will have anything against you. There is not anybody that's not said about the FCC, about the way we work and all of that. I'm yet to see somebody who said I've collected one time from him to influence my decision. I'm very bold to say that all through my service as chief of staff, as secretary, and now with this opportunity as chairman, I've never got not even a pure water or a bottle of Coke. And I challenge anybody to come forward and say they have suffered me bribe. Yes, you can say anything, you can make any allegations, you can just like my brother said, you can go and set up your trap and all of that. Somebody said, well, I said, oh, God, be careful, they are monitoring your life. I said, let them monitor it. What did I ever have anything to hide? Except sometime when Larry Suraj will call me from America, and I was asking Larry, where are the dollars from America? That's the only thing they can find against me. And Larry is my friend. If he gives me dollars, we collect. He doesn't have any case before me. And the day he has case before me, I will return his dollar. But God forbid that day will come. So, gentlemen, I like to crave your indulgence. This fight is for everybody. When you see people being investigated and we have shown you the evidence, we have seen the proof of evidence, you have access to some of the processes we find in court. Don't join them to carry placards and abuse the FCC or ICPC or Kano anti-corruption. Don't join them to abuse because you are invariably or advantageously contributing to the problems. Yeah. If the person is your brother, call a spade a spade. Even if you have benefited before, now we have disclosed to you, your eyes are open to the fact that this is a cankerworm, it's an albatross for our development. All of us must fight this together. You leave the FCC to it, will not scratch the surface. Sometimes some of the things we see every day are mind-boggling. Mind-boggling. Ask yourself that question, can you defend everything you have now legitimately? That's what we should ask ourselves. Both leaders and the led. Somebody is accusing us, fighting us that we are fighting cyber crime. I said, do you understand the crime that will make Nigeria lose more than $500 million in a year? It's not even about cyber crime. Those guys are into kidnapping now. They do ritual killings. All our young ladies in schools, they entice them with money and they kill them. My director of public affairs said there was one we investigated and under his bed we saw a pot with human hair. Young boy, all that cyber crime. If you don't find the meaning, one day it will become mega. The mega we see today started somewhere. Some of these started stealing money as councillors. They graduated to council chairmen, they continue to steal. State commissioner, they continue to steal. Not until they get to where they are today. When we fight the meaning, we fight the mega. We do it. When we trace process of crime to wherever, that's one of our key mandates. And we are doing it. We're doing it. Sometimes even I even tell my public affairs, I say, look, I think let's manage this thing very well. Because when people see that we are discovering, we are recovering some of these people will be wondering, what is going on in this country? I hope we are not sending the wrong signal across that. So if the country can be allowed, if the system is allowed to steal so much, almost every day we keep recovering money in billions. They will continue to do it. And when we recover, we will not just recover, we will follow it through. We will follow up. Whatever is applied to, we will also investigate. I've seen a situation where money was recovered and that money was rerouted in the ministry. And we recover it again. And they are making another attempt now to reloot and say, no, we'll kill her, we'll die here, all of it. Reloot this money. It's terrible. But I think it begins with the orientation, like I said. Let's ask ourselves that simple question. If you have done it before, going forward, are you ready to stop? You're a primary school teacher, you steal. You divert money meant to buy exercise books for students. It's only the president you are, it's only the governors who are stealing that you are seeing. At your level, you steal. You steal. Any civil servant who has a house in Metama or Asokoro, you are stealing money. That is just the fact of the case. Your legitimate income cannot afford you that. And I tell you, I work as secretary. From private practice, EFCC as chief of staff, as secretary. Now I'm the chairman. I don't have a house in Abuja of my own, prof. If I want to buy, I will come buy. Even before I came to EFCC. But I don't just need it. And not till now, they say, come and apply for land. I don't need. I don't have a plot of land. Go and investigate me. If you say they want where my name is, go take it. We have people who have integrity in this country that we can vouch for. Allow them to do the work. Support them. Let's join hands with them. At least for once in our lifetime, let's even move this country forward. Let's give people the dividend of democracy, the dividend of good governance for once in our lifetime. Thank you very much.
very much. Let's begin with another round of applause. Thank you. You know, when he was talking and he mentioned that he was with, I think, our chairman in the trenches, I said trenches. EFCC chairman is the trenches. He was really bored. Then he went ahead and told us his story. And like I said earlier, the thing with storytelling is that it humanizes every experience. Suddenly they are not just numbers anymore. It just really makes sense. And you're thinking of the faces, the names that were involved in that story. And I know that we like to have a ballpark and say everybody in Nigeria is corrupt. Everybody. In fact, everybody, if you get there, you're going to do worse. But at least now we're very certain that we really do have people with integrity in the country, which is very, very pivotal. And he also mentioned something about government being a very, very serious venture. Governance. He said it's quite very serious, and I really do agree because I mean, I am second child of 6, which means I have 4 younger ones, and I do not want to tell you the hassle. Sometimes when my siblings report each other, I don't know what to do from there. And I'm thinking if I'm responsible for many other people, how would that actually be fun? Thank you very much, King, for that one, for that very, very succinct message delivery. We hear you, and we are also going to make sure that we do our own bit in making sure that corruption is going to be something that people say, once upon a time, there was corruption in Nigeria. Please, can we give you one round of applause? Before I go into the next thing, please permit me to recognize the presence of Madam Faith Nwadishi from CTA. Madam Faith, just great. Thank you. And we also have Madam Ma Udi. Madam Ma, are you here? Yeah, I'm here. Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you for coming. And yeah, the next person with a goodwill message, one person that I personally always look forward to hearing talk, yes, is none other than the senior advocate of Nigeria himself, Mr. Okay, thank you very much for that one. He said senior advocate of the masses, which I really do agree. I completely agree. Please, a resounding round of applause as we welcome Mr. Femi Falana.
Comrades and friends. I have comrades here. Comrades and friends, chair of the FCC and the big people on the high table. I'm delighted to be in your midst, and I want to congratulate HEDA for bringing us together. It's a very small audience of quality people, unlike the other audience of last week. In Abuja here, I'm sure you know what I mean. Because since you haven't got oil blocks, you are not in a position to donate billions to HEDA to prosecute his work. I haven't listened to the people on the high table, particularly the chair of the EFCC. I think our job is cut out for us. What I think we should do at the end of this program, and I challenge HEDA and others, we have sat too long in comfort zones in hotels. Yes, I think colleagues here, very good. My comrade colleague Shetima, please, if you are going to assist people, if you want to fund organizations now, please, let's have a new system. Let them go to the people. Because we come here regularly, cross-fertilize ideas at the end of the day, where we are. But if you go to the people and you let them know that the money stolen, running to billions, because you can't get some of those funds in local languages, whether in Hausa, Yoruba, or whatever. You can't translate 100 billion naira. It's difficult. But if you just tell villagers, campaigning, I wanted to be governor somewhere, you know, and we're campaigning. And somebody asked me, what is 10 billion naira? It was 2003. In Yoruba, I didn't understand what he was saying. I said, okay, if we take 1,000 naira and we continue to commit Go meet. You get to Lagos, you go to Kaduna, you come to Calabar and whatever, you are still counting 10 billion. Say, that's enough to turn this place to London. That is the way the ordinary people see. So they think of corruption not in the way we look at it. They look at corruption in terms of development and in terms of poverty in which they have found themselves. Mr. Chairman of EFCC, a challenge to you. Please, it is not enough to tell us not to join those who are celebrating criminality. You have charged somebody before the court, and outside the court, people are wearing ashwebi, dancing, partly out of ignorance. But there are some of them who are rented. They know what they are doing. They are rented to divert the attention of the public and to show that this man you are harassing is our hero. I'm challenging the EFCC. Legally speaking, it is not right. That is obstruction of justice. And so you must take it up and arrest those who are demonstrating. Because that's not freedom of expression, but freedom to promote corruption. That's number one. Number two, sir. You must also, you can achieve your objective. Like you have said, it's a gargantuan task. And you cannot succeed without an alliance with the people, the victims of corruption. And I'm not talking of those of us sitting here alone. You must go out there, mobilize Nigerian workers, mobilize intellectuals, mobilize young people and others. Those are the victims. But if we just sit down, Larry, yes, good. 3 months' time, Galleria, we're not moving. This battle has to go. And when you go to your respective destination, please call the people. Now the federal government has just won the case. No, not just won. They won the case last year to have local government chair collect their money directly. This is February, end of February. That judgment has not been complied with. Between the governors and the president, there are games going on. So today the central bank says, go and open an account. The account is open. They say, go and bring an auditor's report for 2 years. Somebody who has never seen money, he said you should go and bring auditor's report. Please, civil society organizations need to join the campaign to have that judgment implemented. And it's not just enough to implement the judgment. The EFCC does not have the personnel. The ICPC does not have the personnel, adequate personnel to cover 774 local governments. We are going to be the monitors in each of our local government, in each of our states. We must move out of our cities and go to the rural areas to ensure that the money collected from Abuja is tracked down and used for the government. Otherwise, that judgment will be useless. I said this on our part as lawyers. We now have a group of progressive lawyers who are prepared to collaborate with anti-graft agencies in our country to ensure that our people, like the chair has said of EFCC, have access to the dividends of democracy. I can see an anti-corruption chair from Kano here. Every state, in line with the judgments of Supreme Court, AG Ondo and AG of the Federation, every state is required to have an anti-corruption agency. I think Oyo has one, but it's only the Kano one that is functioning. I think it will give me, my friend here, a round of applause. Lagos, I think Lagos has established one on paper by law. It's about 3 years. It's difficult for that body. It comes to this business of fighting corruption. We must also insist that local governments should have
so that when they collect their money,
Thank you. And I think that personally, there's a certain je ne sais quoi about all of the people who have spoken so far that just really makes them, I don't know, so interesting to listen to, and it makes you want to leave this place and just want to fight corruption and make sure that it comes to an absolute end. Thank you very much once again. Without further ado, I'm going to invite Mr. Suraj, who is the chairman of HEDA. He's going to be leading the next session. Please, can we give a round of applause?
Thank you. It's a pleasure having you twice. Yeah, thanks. So, I think it is just going to be honorable for me to have this opportunity of making this call and also this presentation. It's actually a coup. Unfortunately, just like Mr. Falano referred to the experience last week where they had the gathering of people and all that. I mean, this is a what. Interestingly, the person at the center of it was also plotting another coup this morning. He didn't know there was a bigger coup also against him that was in the making. I have the honor of inviting Dr. Koli Shetima, the director of MacArthur Foundation, to actually make a comment. It's going to be an interesting one. So that is making the comment. No, this is where they're calling you, doctor. You're looking at the back. This is where the podium is because and this is why his own is not going to be a goodwill message, but it's going to be a comment. It's everything that you said about the anti-corruption situation room is actually to say that Dr. Koli Shetima has been the father of the anti-corruption situation room. Please give him a round of applause. When we started about 7 years ago, it was just a novel idea. And then when we sold it to we sold the idea to the MacArthur Foundation. He was one that actually believed in that idea and started it. But remarkably, it was his 65th birthday the upper week last week. And we felt it's going to be a sign of honor to recognize his birthday and say thank you. And also to bring this birthday card for him, especially on behalf of the anti-corruption situation and the other people there. Some people have signed it, like Mr. Falano, the Kano State Anti-Corruption Chairman. The same thing with the ICPC Chairman. The EFCC Chairman is going to sign here, and others who would also be signing on behalf of the anti-corruption situation room and other well-wishers. We had a picture of him looking younger than he is now. So, but on behalf of that, I wish you a happy birthday, sir. And then we'll listen to your comments and then the others will sign. Thank you.
I was looking the other direction because I was looking at tea break. I thought that was the time for tea break and not for me to say anything. Especially that, I came late because I had 2 other meetings that I had to attend this morning before coming here as well. But I'm very happy, very excited to be here this morning to share this platform with all the leaders of the anti-corruption agencies and to say that it's a very important issue. I align myself with what Femi said, especially the question of organizing our anti-corruption work. I always tell people that the work that we are doing is not about, Section A or B or section this and that, but it's about the material condition of our people. It's about water, it's about education, it's about electricity, it's about health, mental health, reproductive health, the real issues that really affect our people. And that's why we do what we are doing. I just came from a school actually, Not to be Forgotten initiative. If you go to Not to be Forgotten initiative, it's by the side of direct communication. It's a school that is primarily for children who are the security guards and people who are cleaning our toilets and who are serving our foods and other things by direct communication. It's in a high-pro area, but all the children of the people who serve us every day, they don't have the ability to go to any public school around their own area. Fortunately, the owner of the land has not come to reclaim the school. I think the people there just went and built, they started the school, and no one so far has come out to say this is my land. But the important thing is for us to remember that these are the children that their parents are the one, our security guards. The parents are the one who are cleaning our toilets and everything, but they don't have a school in that area. Because you can remember, if you are going to establish a proper private school in that area and charge fees, you know that you have to be charging 3 million, 4 million per term or per annum. But there are so many children in that area and parents that who don't have anything but for someone who thought that and that someone is really Shegun Adede and his wife Tosin, who thought that we should not be forgetting those other children who are around our environment, and we should do something for them. So when we are talking about this anti-corruption and other things, this is what we are talking about. It's really about these children. It's about their own parents and also those people that we work with and other things. So I think that humanizing the conversations anti-corruption is very important and very critical, because as you know, about 1.9 of our citizens now don't have any access to HIV and AIDS antiviral drugs because they have been there courtesy of the American government. And the American government have decided that these are 1.9 children. People, they don't care who are they. Why shouldn't our government do something about it and other things? And these people probably they will die. Out of them, we have about 600 children who are also on drugs. Their drugs will dry up because the USAID money will not come, and therefore those children are going to die. So our responsibility is really about these people who don't have the voice, they don't even have a face, but they are locked up in all kinds of places. So this to me is the most important way to talk about anti-corruption and accountability in our country as to what is the responsibility that we owe those people who don't have voice. What is it that we should do to ensure that these people, 1.9 children, the people who are on these drugs, do not just die because our government or our people are not able to take care of them as well. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here, and thank you very much as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Felicia Tima, and that was a very successful one. Can we give him another round of applause? I mean, the reason why we are expecting tea break, if you supported with support from Akwanta Foundation, so basically they are part of the reason why we are having tea break today. You might want to be louder with that round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm just gonna go straight into the next thing before we go for this. Some of you are already threatening me that if this tea break did not come today, because I've been using it. Don't worry. I will HEDA resources and myself. We do not promise what we cannot deliver. So come. Let's go right ahead and take our keynote address by none other by Professor Sheikh Abdullahi, who is our keynote speaker, and it's titled Fostering Integrity and Accountability to Reclaim Our Future, Strategies to Combating Corruption and Impunity Across Board in Nigeria. It means that you want to really pay attention so that we can learn new strategies, so that by the time we go into the field to put all hands on deck and make sure corruption comes to an end, we're actually armed with the right methodologies, knowledge, and skills. Please, a round of applause for our keynote speaker.
Thank you very much. The chairman of this occasion, the chairman of the EFCC, my brother Darius Raj, the representative of the chairman of the Code of Conduct, the MD of Students' Loan, the representative of the chairman ICPC, brother. I must recognize Dr. Koya Shetima and his colleague, Dr. Alina Saliu. I must also recognize my former constituency, otherwise my sister, Princess, will not pay, she'll ask me to pay reparation to the UNODC. Our learned brother, senior advocate of the masses. Can we go out for the protest now? Not yet. Okay. We are ready anytime to go for the protest. Well, I would like to begin by thanking HEDA and to congratulate Mr. Mohimagaji for surviving another assassination attempt. And he actually appreciated the efforts Mr. Femi Falana you made in rescuing him from what he was going through. Now, I would like to commend HEDA and the Kano State Anti-Corruption Commission for their resilience in continuing, for their persistence in organizing this anti-corruption situation room periodically. I've been part of it for a long time, and even when I was in exile, I was participating virtually. I want to announce to the chairman of the EFCC that I'm back fully. So I'm no longer in exile. I'm here to support. Now, before I start my presentation, Mr. Femi Falana made a call on all of us to support the implementation of the Supreme Court judgment with regard to the autonomy of local government areas. I don't think that is necessary. We don't need to. A judgment has been made. Somebody should be responsible for implementing that judgment. So can we all now task the chairman of the EFCC that if by tomorrow that judgment is not implemented, he should arrest the Attorney General and the Accountant General of the Federation and charge them for not implementing that judgment. It's simple. A judgment has been made that finances of local government areas should be paid into their account. If the Accountant General is not ready to do so, please, Mr. Chairman, sir, invite her to come and explain why she cannot call the respective chairman of local government and pay the money directly into their accounts. That's all. We don't have the power to go and put the money. There's one person who's responsible. Person should do it. It's as short as it. Otherwise, we will keep on dancing in cycle. Anyway, when I saw the topic of this anti-corruption situation, I was doubted because it has something, the topic I was asked to talk about, fostering integrity and accountability to reclaim our future. Please, Femi, where is our future? Where is our future? So we can reclaim it. If we can, I believe that with the kind of passion and commitment I have seen here, our future shall be reclaimed before we close here today. But let me make a disclaimer that I'm in between the coffee break and my paper. I don't want to stand in between your coffee break. Therefore, I want to say that I'm eternally grateful for the wonderful speeches that have already been made. I was happy when I had the MD of the Students' Loan presenting a keynote address rather than a footnote address. That was a fantastic one. I commend you for the innovations you have introduced in the student loan. And as the chairman of EFCC said, this is the new idea you have brought in a new environment, but you are going to face resistance. We wish you good luck. The chairman of EFCC has also given us a goodwill, a keynote address. And the senior advocate, they have all given us goodwill addresses. So I'll try to squeeze within this short time. I have appreciated all my old friends here who are lined up, Jen, Lillian, Princess, Ashley. Ashley, my old friend, I hope you are still in the National Assembly rolling all that is there. Dr. Lawal, well, when I saw you, you came in and Hakim Lawal, I couldn't recognize you because after retirement from law enforcement, you have become an ustaz now. So thank you very much. And my good friend Chido was among the first to come as usual. Thank you so much for coming. Now, I will do a few things. I will only talk to certain things in order to spice you to discuss at the group session. Unfortunately, I'm told that I have no control over the presentation. And unfortunately, members of the lead table are also not able to see what is being shown on the slide, but the majority can see. So your attention will compensate what they are missing. So you will hear, I will be saying next, before it goes, I don't even know who is controlling the slides now.
Yeah.
So you go ahead, okay, and maybe I'll either point hand or I will say whatever it is. Okay. Now, let us start. In 2021, the Corruption Perception Index of the Transparency International revealed that corruption is deep-seated and it exacerbates threat to freedom. In 2022, the same CPI revealed that corruption was compounding multiple crises in sub-Saharan Africa. Is it true? In 2003, the CPI, 2023, I beg your pardon, the CPI revealed that impunity for corrupt officials restricted civil space and limited access to justice. And Muhimma Gaji just told us that the worst form of corruption is what? Impunity. That is the worst form of corruption. So, in 2024, Nigeria was ranked 140 out of 180, a score of 26 over 100. Is 26 over 100 a good pass? It's a good trial. But we appreciate the efforts of our enforcement agencies. It is a timeless job, so we shall continue to say it's not enough, despite the efforts and results you have achieved. But you have our support that we believe you can do that. What does all this mean to us? It means to us that corruption is a problem, isn't it? It affects you in your houses, on the streets, anywhere you are. So we must work together to deal with it. Now, I'm not going to define corruption, but I will ask you to give me one word. We want to deal with corruption here. So what is the opposite of corruption?
Integrity.
Yeah? Integrity. Thank you. Next. It's integrity. So we are going to just go through certain concepts that have been used so that you discuss at the group level. What is integrity? The quality of being honest and having strong moral principles. This has summarized what the chairman EFCC said. The examples he gave, your ability to withstand temptations, your ability to be selfless, your ability to be thankful and content with what God has given you. That is integrity. And it is only with integrity that you can fight corruption. Now, what are the values in integrity? You can see some words. Honesty is part of integrity. You must develop trust. So people must trust you that, yes, you are somebody that can be trusted and will give responsibility to you. Yesterday, when I was passing by the National Assembly, I saw some protesters. The placard they were carrying was that we are tired of unfulfilled promises. Did that carry the message of some Nigerians? We are tired of unfulfilled promises. I hope that will be a wake-up call for the National Assembly. So these are the important values in integrity: fairness, respect, and responsibility. Next. There are three elements in what the chairman EFCC described this morning. Honesty, you have to be honest to yourself and honest to the people who have given you the trust. Then you must act responsibly. Then you must be accountable. This is all about strengthening our democracy. What we are lacking is real accountability. And if there should be real accountability in this country, I can tell you that our democracy can build and even strengthen faster than this. Then these are the few attributes again of integrity. You can see in the 3 slides I have gone through, honesty has always come first, isn't it? But can we measure honesty? We can only measure honesty by your ability to demonstrate that you have some modicum of honesty. That is the only measurement of honesty. So honesty and others, these are the key attributes of integrity. Next. Now, what is accountability? Accountability is the assurance that an individual or an organization is evaluated on performance or behavior related to responsibility. Have we called our elected officials to be evaluated? Do they account for what they tell? When people get into office, they feel that they are larger than the office. They are larger than the people that give them the trust. And the only people who can ensure accountability is the voice. You, the civil society, the non-state actors. To be sure, accountability is not about placing blame. No, you don't blame our leaders. Some people are asking, is there government in this country at all? There is government. But they are blaming one person will not solve the problem. One person cannot solve Nigeria's problem. All you are shaming is not about shaming. Accountability is about supporting one another in delivering the commitment they have made. We have elected a president, he deserves to be supported. We have appointed ministers, they deserve to be supported. We have elected legislators, they deserve to be supported. But we must call them to account. We must call them to account. We must demand for accountability for them. That is what accountability is all about. And it comes through what? Measurement and communication. We must measure the work people are doing. Yes, you should take the budget and see how many constituency projects were approved in the budget for your own constituency. And you must be courageous to ask the question, ask your legislator, whether the projects were actually implemented. The ICPC has been grappling with monitoring constituency projects. I don't know how far that has gone, but that is an important challenge. Now, the word impunity, Chido, I don't know how you will define this word. I think it's a favorite word for you. Impunity, what does it mean? When we talk about impunity, it is simply the exemption from punishment or freedom from the injurious consequences of an action. Meaning that feeling that you are above the law, that is impunity. You do what you like, nobody can ask you. You feel like you have been appointed as a representative of government, and you feel that you are more important than the government, than the people who elected you. In fact, more important than the country itself. That is impunity. Therefore, combating corruption and impunity will require a united generation in integrity as a catalyst. This is what the UNODC calls for, that each generation must unite. My teacher, Dr. Bala Usman of blessed memory, said, each generation has its own responsibility. You either fulfill it or you abdicate it to your own parent. So this generation has a responsibility to demand for accountability and make sure that our democracy is consolidated. The youth is an important pillar in what we are doing. The youth is the future of this country, and they must stand up. Today's youth are the architects of a world without corruption. This is the message from UNODC, and this is the message from the world. It's not from one country, it's from all over the countries where UNODC is operating. And this message must be very clear to us, that you must protect your future. Larry told us that our future has been stolen already, and we are gathered here to reclaim our future. So we must define clear roles for the youth to reclaim our future. The courage of the youth is the beginning of the fight. You must be courageous. The fight against corruption starts with your own courage. Your courage to come together, your courage to be law-abiding, your courage to ask questions that will explain what we are doing. Malawal, we thank you very much for coming. I didn't see you. What you are doing in Sasla is highly commendable, and we encourage you to do so. Whenever there is something about corruption, Malawal is always willing and ready to come on air to tell the truth. This is what we want. You should be the leader of this generation. It is out of courage. It's not that you have everything, but you believe that you need to protect your future. We congratulate you and congratulate CISLAC and all other NGOs that are supporting our law enforcement agencies in what we are doing. Now, there are certain principles in fighting corruption. If we are fighting corruption, we should adopt an integrated approach. And what I conceptualize as integrated approach consists of the following. The approach must be evidence-based. Periodically, the UNODC and the National Bureau of Statistics undertakes a survey of corruption, and they give us the report. On an annual basis, the Transparency International gives us also a report. I believe that the annual reports of our anti-corruption agencies are also useful evidence for us to predicate our fight against corruption. Fighting corruption requires transparency. Those who are in the forefront must first demonstrate transparency in order to demand for transparency from others. Yakubu, you have this task. Dr. Umar, in what you are doing, the fiscal transparency is an active non-state actor in this area And we wish that with the big man behind you, Dr. Kwale Shetima, you will do more in ensuring and demanding for this transparency. The fight against corruption must be non-partisan. He's not a politician. So, politicians sent him gift, and he said, look, is it appropriate for me to take this? No. And not because he's serving an APC government, that does not mean that when APC people are reported to have violated the law, we should allow them. No. He has to be non-partisan. His first interest is what? The nation and the people. Fighting corruption must be inclusive, involving all stakeholders, including what we are doing here. And this is a demonstration of inclusiveness in fighting corruption. It should be comprehensive. Comprehensive in the sense that all sectors must be focused on. When you are appointed chairman of EFCC, the first orientation you have is to perform multiple tasks. You will be working when you are sleeping. Eh? You will be working when you are sleeping because there will be so many things that prioritize which one to deal with. So we must beam our searchlights on all sectors in order to make the maximum impact we want. And the fight against corruption must be impact-oriented. By impact-oriented means that let people see that, yes, your effort is resulting in something. You should show evidence of success. You should show evidence of results. It is a very difficult terrain, but it's not impossible to show results. And finally, you must fight corruption with some modicum of flexibility. Modicum of flexibility does not mean you should compromise. You should manage expectations. First, the expectations of the generality of the people. People expect that, oh, when you arrest somebody, he should go to jail immediately. That is not impossible. That is not possible. They forget the processes you have to go through in order to get somebody to the jail. We must manage the expectations on the part of the people who are oversetting you and on the part of the people who are expecting results from you, who are in the majority. So we must be flexible enough to strike a balance in our approach in dealing with this. Now, what are the strategies to deal with corruption and impunity? There are many ways to deal with it, and as I told you that I will not keep you here longer than 30 minutes, I will just run through them. You can discuss them under leadership. Leadership that will say, look, enough is enough, we must stop. And the actions of the leaders must speak in terms of what they want, the strong political commitment they want to show in the fight from the top. Meaning, therefore, that in order to have an effective anti-corruption, the tone must be set from the top. Secondly, we must create a good legislative framework. Somebody mentioned, Larry mentioned this morning, that we have more than enough legislation in this country. The issue is actually the implementation. And it's not that we do not have the capacity to implement. The issue is we must strike our flexibility, as I said. We are not compromising, but we must do the right thing. Of course, as the chairman said this morning, EFCC said this morning, fighting corruption has consequences. But once you have accepted to put yourself on the line, you should be ready to go through what he went through after serving as secretary of the EFCC. Thirdly, we may establish codes of conduct and ethics. The chairman of the code of conduct is here. We need to know how many of the asset declarations are verified. Because it's not just a matter of declaring assets and submitting. When I came back from my foreign service in Dakar, I built a new house. What I did was that I had a bunch of documents, all my income, justifying how I got the money and how I spent. I went to the Code of Conduct Bureau, took up the form, attached those documents, submitted one to the Code of Conduct Bureau, and submitted one to the EFCC for my retirement. I don't know whether it was verified, because absolutely if it was verified, somebody would have told me that, oh, somebody came to this house to ask how I built the house. It was 2 weeks ago, it was 10 years when I made that submission that I decided to trash some of the papers. So what I am calling for is the Code of Conduct Bureau must be an active Code of Conduct Bureau. Even if they cannot verify all assets declaration, they should prioritize to the politically exposed person. They cannot do it in one day, in one month, in 1 year. But if they do so, it is very, very important. And that will help the law enforcement agencies in their investigations. Number 5, we must strengthen the prevention regimes. In my view, prevention is very, very good at this stage. But let me be very honest with you. We have reached a stage in this country that prevention is not enough. We need to send an effective deterrence signal by putting a few crooked people in jail. And I want to appeal to the chairman of the EFCC. I did that in the past, I'm repeating it. That each time we come for HEDA situation room, we are given a list of only 100 high-profile cases. Please, please let our enforcement agencies help us and pick just 50 out of this 100. Share between ICPC and EFCC, even if there are 25 cases that we see results in 3 years, I think it will be a remarkable progress so that you can reduce this list of 100 cases. Number 6, we must create a system of rewards and incentives. People who have put their lives on the line should be rewarded. And I want to assure the chairman EFCC that he does not have a house now. By the grace of God, if you serve us very well, after 4 years, we will buy a house for you. A house for you. And let me tell you, this is what happened to me, my practical experience. I retired from service 2015. I have no pension because I didn't contribute to the newly introduced contributory pension scheme. I have no gratuity. After about 6 years, I was just coming out of a mosque on an Arafat day. Maybe I prayed very well that day. Then the secretary of the EFCC called me. I was in Moscow. He said, look, guy, you have suffered for this country that your severance package has been approved. What do you need? I said, I need a house. And EFCC bought a house for me, and I'm very grateful to the EFCC. I'm very grateful. This is one good example that if you serve very well, the system will reward you ultimately. A few months ago, I saw the chairman of EFCC giving some awards to people who have done very well. They should be recognized, and incentives should be given to islands of integrity as an encouragement for other people to do the right things. Public officials must declare their assets. It's very, very important. It's a measure. But beyond that, the assets must be verified, as I stated earlier. Next, we must establish and enforce a fair and credible recruitment process. You know, recruitment in all our agencies now is one of the major sources of corruption. Anywhere there is recruitment, Even the chairman EFCC himself, he knows when he's going to recruit people, he will be receiving notes from the National Assembly. And they'll be following there. The moment we compromise our recruitment process, we have destroyed this country. We need to recruit on merit. Well, I'm not saying that it's not possible to like 10% consideration. If somebody is pressurizing you to take his candidate, yes, tell him, these are the criteria you want. Bring a candidate who can fit into this. This is the kind of flexibility that we can exercise to get the right people to do the right thing. Otherwise, you will end up getting people who cannot even write you a good investigation report. Most importantly, we must reform our electoral system. So we must introduce civil society-driven electoral reforms. Reforms that will help in bringing the right people to government. There are many people who have integrity, who are ready to serve, but the kind of system we have put in place in this country now will make it difficult for some of these people to even contest election. Some cannot even afford to buy the nomination forms. Talk more of sustaining a rigorous campaign. So we must create enabling environment for good people to come into our governance. Number 8, we must strengthen oversight functions. The National Assembly is the most important instrument of democracy. But the way and manner it is accused of many things, there is need for the National Assembly to look inward so that they can contribute their quota in the fight against corruption. Again, we must involve the people. What we are doing here is encouraging civil society participation. This is very, very important because we are here to reclaim our future. The civil society must be active in fighting corruption, whether going to defend legislative reforms or asking for accountability. Number 9, we must earn the trust and confidence of the citizens. Particularly, people have to see that we have credibility in what we are doing. Number 10, accountability is crucial because you need to account for what you are doing for people to see. And this is provided in all the laws of our anti-corruption agencies. I think they are expected to lay an annual report to give an account of what they do on an annual basis. Number 11, we must create a compliance-friendly environment so that the private sector can comply with our regulations, so that they can comply with our anti-money laundering legislation, our anti-money laundering regulations, so that people cannot go and hide their money to our senior advocates. No, not all the senior advocates, but the renegade senior advocates who will conceal income, illegitimate income of people. Number 12, we must establish an effective monitoring and evaluation system so that we measure what we are doing. Okay? Without measuring something, you cannot know the progress or lack of it that you are making. So we must measure our actions and our achievement. Number 13, there has to be effective coordination, collaboration, and cooperation, domestically and internationally, with stakeholders, with government agencies, with all that are involved in fighting corruption. Number 14, we must not create safe havens. We must not allow illicit proceeds to come into our system. So we must find ways of blocking illicit proceeds from coming. And finally, our agencies must focus on asset recovery, because if we recover part of what has been stolen, at least it will help a great deal in addressing our revenue deficiencies. Now, what are the steps to actualize these strategies? First of all, for you all here, you must educate yourselves about the anti-corruption efforts of government. You must know what is going on. You must ask critical questions as individuals. What is the landscape of corruption in my country? What is happening? You must be curious. You must be reading. You must be listening to the ICPC, FCC radio. They are conveying messages. You should ask, how does corruption manifest and affects institutions and citizens? Because this is the only way you can be motivated. If you know the damage that has been done to this country by corruption, you will become more angry about the system and you will have the courage to fight it. You must ask, is there an anti-corruption plan for our country? This, the agencies will explain. We must ask, who is responsible for implementing the plan and how can you contribute? By coming here, you have sacrificed that our senior advocate of the masses is not going to come today. We don't know how much he is losing, but this is a significant contribution that he is making for him to come here and encourage the young ones to see him here actively participating in this fight. We must ask, is there a law that protects whistleblowers? I call for this because it's very, very important. We have had a legislation on whistleblowing, but I don't know how effective it has been enforced. And this is an important area that we need to improve on. In fighting corruption, you must pick a focus for maximum impact. What area do you want to intervene so that you don't dissipate your energy? We must contextualize by integrating local languages and cultures in the fight against corruption. There are certain cultural practices that echo corruption. We should promote them in our messages. We must design a plan of action. I am not sure, I don't know if there is a national anti-corruption strategy. That strategy should be a living document. We must be creative and innovative to connect with the local targets as we are doing, engaging with the non-stakeholders. And we must find allies and like-minds. Try to network. As I can see here, the kind of support that very prominent people have come here to show to HEDA is this kind of networking, getting like-minds to promote what we are doing in Nigeria. Next. Are you sleeping?
No, that's next.
You must be inclusive. I have already talked about inclusivity. Being an anti-corruption activist can be dangerous. You know, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala wrote a book that fighting corruption is dangerous. How many people have read that book? You need to read that book. You will really see that fighting corruption is dangerous. She exposed a lot of things. She suffered a lot, including the kidnapping of her mother. It was to bring her down. We thank her and wish her well. And we wish all such courageous people, God will protect them. You should try to educate others. When you leave this place, go and tell your friends you came for a program. What is the takeaway you have gotten from this? Try to learn something that you can send back to your friends and organizations, that when you came here, this was what was discussed, and this is the way you can contribute. And you must demonstrate commitment by taking action. Do what you say you can do, okay? Whether you are in a position of responsibility or you are on your own, you must find an entry point to contribute. Next. In conclusion, I just want to remind that Chapter 2, Section 13 of the Nigerian Constitution has defined responsibilities of the government to exercise power and apply the Constitution. It has equally defined your responsibility as a law-abiding citizen. Section 14 defines the relationship between the state and citizens as a contract, that Nigeria shall be a state based on democracy and social justice, and that sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria, from whom government through the Constitution derives its power and authority. Meaning that anybody is in authority is empowered to do what he or she is doing because of their own power. So clearly it means that the Constitution has given you the power, more than even those who are occupying public positions. According to Section 15.5 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999, the state shall abolish all corrupt practices and abuse of power. Shall, for those who are lawyers, they know what it means to be shall. That means the state is obligated, is obliged to eradicate corruption and abuse of power. But where do we see abuse of power? The abuse of power is coming from those who are supposed to eradicate it. They feel they are above the law. So we are in a conundrum. We have to come back to square one if Nigeria must move forward. However, the fight against corruption is a collective responsibility. Do your own part and try to push on the other part. I like to conclude that non-state actors, including NGOs, civil society, etc., have a crucial role to play in this fight. And that is why you are here, and that is why you have supporters. It is through their voices that democracy will flourish. As we gather here, we hope that our sacrifices will help in strengthening our democracy and in guaranteeing our future. Next, I'd like to conclude with a few recommendations. For the way forward, despite the importance of prevention, I want to emphasize that the way our country is, deterrence remains the best option. We must punish people. When we say corruption, there's less corruption in advanced countries, it's not because they are less corrupt than us. In fact, some of them are even worse than us. But the fact that they see credible deterrence that if you commit a corrupt act, you will go to jail, nobody will be corrupt. The reason why we are having corruption today is because people will steal money and there's no punishment for it. This is the bane of our fight, and we must increase deterrence. Number two, without dealing the pending high-profile cases, we shall be dancing in cycle. I use this opportunity to urge our indefatigable enforcement agencies not to neglect the low-profile cases, but give priority to the high-profile cases in order to make the maximum impact. You recall one case remains up till now when people are recalling high-profile cases, the Tafa Balogun case, the way it happened in this country. If you can have 3 or 4 of that in a year, wallahi, EFCC every day and the media, people will say, it's very difficult. It's not that we don't appreciate the effort you are making, but we're just trying to encourage you and strengthen you that you do more in that direction. Number 3, we must try to improve the quality of our investigation, because a successful prosecution is an outcome of a good investigation. If cases are not properly investigated, you will find that you take 5 charges today, tomorrow you come, they say, okay, we want to start the prosecution. You say you want to amend the charges. Okay? Or maybe in a few cases, you have gone into prosecution, you realize that there were certain things you have not done. We know that there is work under pressure, but really, we need to improve the quality of our investigation. It's not the number of convictions that will really, really change Nigeria, but the quality of convictions. Number 5, we must reform anti-corruption institutions when necessary to put capable people in place in their recruitment. You must get the right people and put them as people of integrity. And you must make sure you continue to vet them periodically. If you agree to work in an anti-corruption commission, it means that you have sacrificed, you are not going to be a rich man. If you want to be a rich man, go into business. Finally, we must reform the electoral system to ensure that good people present themselves for leadership positions in this country. I wish you a successful and fruitful day. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I know typically you were trying to say let's go give us a round of applause. That's why you really clapped. It's really meant that we really paid attention and we enjoyed this entire session. For me, it was loaded with a lot. I have taken away a lot, but the one that stand out the most for me, and I had to write it, was the courage of the youth is the beginning of the fight. I mean, I'm not being an ageist or anything, but I am a youth, and I'm really delighted to know that the role that I play in this fight is very, very crucial. Thank you once again for that answer. Thank you very much for all of the lessons. I saw a lot of people with Johnson. It meant that we were really following and we were picking nuggets, and we are, I am very certain, going to work with them. In the spirit of accountability and transparency, we are going to be distributing a form, an M&E form. Please, you just go ahead and fill it. We just want to make sure that at HEDA that are also very accountable and that we're able to also monitor. I mean, you've heard what he said about M&E, very important. So please, we're going to distribute a form, just fill it out and then pass it around. Thank you very much. I know all of you are waiting for tea break. I feel like I want to do the extra. All right, sir.
Thank you very much. As the chairman, I have given myself the right to. So pardon me. Mr. Chairman, this excellent paper, I think, as well presented as it is, I feel we have concentrated too much on politicians. What we say we should concentrate on highly, politically exposed persons who are neglecting the civil servants. There's no problem with our civil service. Well, when you say maybe permanent secretaries are politically exposed. Okay. Well, I think we better call them civil servants. The more extended categorization should be public service, like custom, immigration, the military, all these things, many things happen there. So I want a situation where we can disaggregate politically exposed persons, let's say from the president, appointees, ministers, politically exposed, civil servants, from permanent secretaries, then public service in general, military, paramilitary. Then secondly, we have neglected the private sector too much. Banks, nearly all the things we're talking about will not be done easily without the cooperation and collaboration of the banks. Terrible things happen in the banks. So we should incorporate what can we do to these banks. Thirdly, I think we have big problems with professionals. We have said this time and time again. If we have auditors who can audit well, accountants, lawyers, engineers, architects, if they can do their job properly, professionally, and ethically, then many things can be blocked. Then finally, I think the local government autonomy will not come easily, and we should pay attention to what happens in our states and local governments before the full autonomy comes on board. And I want to commend the EFCC chairman for weeding out some people who are trying to elude what was recovered. It's not enough to say that we should reward, but we should punish internally within the anti-corruption agencies. And I must say, EFCC has done that. We have covered, we have monitored how some people who are sent back in so there is delay within the EFCC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the chairman. I mean, he's the chairman for a reason. And of course, actions should always have consequences. Are they good? Are they bad? That's very dependent on the action. If the action is a good one, let the consequences be good. If it's a bad one, well, it's about to be bad. Thank you very much for that one. And before we go for the tea break, just allow me to recognize some persons who joined us. We have Honorable Kayode Oladele, who is the former Secretary of EFCC and currently the Federal Commissioner of the Federal Character Commission. Can we give him a round of applause? Thank you for that one. Then we also have Dr. Yakubu Umar. Dr. Yakubu Umar is here with us. Okay, thank you, sir. Then we have Dr. Zikirullah Ibrahim. Dr. Zikirullah Ibrahim. Thank you, sir. Then we have Bola Aidi, who is a senior advocate of Nigeria. Okay, thank you very much, sir. Then we have Musa Rafasanjani, who is the ED of CISLAC. All right, just one last announcement before we go for the photograph and our tea break. Please, the tags that you have on your necks, they look very lovely on you, by the way, but please, when you're leaving, drop them on the table, don't go home with them. That's just all I want to say. Are we ready for tea break and photograph? Yeah, group photograph first, then the tea that I promised. Yeah. But first, let's do for the group photograph. Thank you. Oh, it's going to be a working tea break, by the way. So you're just going to pick your tea, come back to right to your seat, and then we can get right to it so that we can finish on time. Okay. So we're going to start with the lead table. Yeah. Yes. So we're going to start with the lead table before we can all join them. So let's start with them. The group photograph. Please, can we have the group photograph? Group photograph. Please, let's have the group photograph. Then we can join. Please, can we clear the stage so that we can have the group photograph with the lead table? Please, can we have a group? Let's have a quick group photograph of the lead table. Can we have a photograph with the lead table only? The lead table, just the lead table. Oh, the high table, just the high table. Yes. Okay, everybody can now come in. The honorable masses. We can all join, please. Feel free to join the picture.
So I think I said this
All right, like I said earlier, it's going to be a working tea break. Good afternoon once again. Without further ado, what we have next is going to be a panel session. And it's going to be an interesting one, and I can promise you that. And it's going to be the session that we're going to be starting with is the third session, and it's leveraging media, technology, and civil society partnerships to combat impunity and promote corruption prevention in public office. Remember, our chairman was talking about how we need to also remember to spotlight civil servants and the roles that they play in corruption. But before that, please allow me to quickly recognize the presence of Mrs. Olabisi Moses. She's the director at the Code of Conduct Bureau. Please can we give her a round of applause? I know we are 80, but sorry, it's a hit. Sorry, my apologies. He's the director of Code of Conduct at the Code of Conduct Bureau, Mr. Olabisi Moses. Please can we give him a round of applause? Oh, he's right here. So sorry I misgendered you. Okay. All right. So we're just going to delve straight into the panel discussion. Please, while you are eating and savoring this very interesting meal, lend us your ears and make sure that you pay attention so that you're able to pick a thing or two from this session, or you could just pick everything really. And the lead speaker for this particular session is none other than the chairman of the EFCC, who is ably represented by Mr. Wilson Wanjirin, who is the Director of Public Affairs at EFCC. Please can we give him a round of applause at the main stage? Then we have contributors to this session. I'm just going to call them so that they'll be right on the seats waiting. And we have Mr. Chido Onuma, who is the ED AfriMail. Please can we give a round of applause? Mr. Chido.
He's here.
Okay.
Dr. Chido Onuma.
Sorry, Dr. Chido Onuma, who is the ED of AfriMail. Then we also have Mr. Emmanuel Shal, I hope I got that correctly. He's the program manager at PPLAAF. Can we give him a round of applause? After I include my premise, I give it tea break. So that's my tea break. I don't want to clap again. Oh my God, this is so unfair. Then finally, contributors to this session, we have Professor Idarada, who is, sorry, I beg your pardon, he's the moderator for this session. Professor Idarada is right here. Sadiq Idarada, please give him a round of applause. He's our chairman and he's also the moderator for this session. So I'm just going to let them delve straight into the panel session, and let me read out the thing for this particular one. It's leveraging media, technology, and civil society partnerships to combat impunity and promote corruption prevention in public office. We are going to start with the lead speaker, who's going to, I think you have 15 minutes, sir, to give us your speech. Would you like to come here? All right, sir. Please, can we give a round of applause while he makes his way out here?
Good afternoon, once again. As the moderator has said, the next session we are going to looking at the topic, leveraging media, technology, civil society partnerships to combat impunity and promote corruption prevention in public office. There are three critical sectors here: the media, civil society, and technology. For those of us in the anti-corruption agencies, where we are talking about critical stakeholders in the fight against corruption, two major stakeholders that we cannot do without the civil society and then the media. That is because we have that understanding that there is very little that you can do without these two critical stakeholders. And if you marry them with technology, you can tell that these three elements are actually vital to all in the fight against corruption. Technology, for the simple fact that there's very little we can do in every sector of our endeavor now that you won't rely on technology to achieve results. The media, for instance, is mostly driven by technology these days. We have migrated from the regular media that we used to do, print and electronic, now it's digital media. Social media has taken over the space. And you cannot operate in that realm without embracing technology. And also, CSOs are also now very, very tech savvy, and there's very little you do in that sector without the use of technology. So it is obvious that the three elements have to work together for us to achieve success in promoting corruption prevention in public office. As far as the media is concerned, I think that is the oldest partner that we have in fight against corruption. Long before the anti-corruption agencies were established, the major institution that was actually fighting corruption in our country was the media. Before EFCC and ICPC were established,
the fight against corruption was actually driven by, especially by the media. Some of us who are old enough to appreciate the role that very, very serious news magazines like Tell and the News play fight against impunity during military rule. In fact, the democracy that we currently enjoy, as imperfect as it is, was actually won for us through the activities of our colleagues. And for us in the anti-corruption intelligence, what is the intelligence?
of the Court of Appeal. That is a no-nonsense judge. That notwithstanding the fact that he even knew me very well before, the day I appeared before him to move an application that he did not believe in, he didn't even waste time.Maybe because he even knew me, he quickly threw it out. And I know that, look, this one does not even want to say. And later we saw, I said, and as if nothing happened. And that was it. So we have quite many of them like that on the bench that are doing their work very well. And it is now imperative for us, if we are going to have a society that is going to be progressive, that is going to foster the level of development that we are looking for, not only in the public sector, but also in the private sector, it is important that we have effective administration of justice. And the only way to do this is to look at these elements that we have mentioned and try to provide solutions to them. If from the appointments, everything is wrong with the person being appointed, it is not possible to get anything concrete out of a wrong person appointed to the judiciary. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Leonard. I wish we could have listened to you for at least 1 more hour because you have a lot to say, and you didn't go through everything that you wanted to say. But due to the limitation of time, we are forced to end your session. Now, one thing that has been prominent with the Nigerian judiciary in recent times is the issues in the appointment process. When you talk about the independence of the judiciary, you need to approach it from the roots. Who are the ones who are actually appointed in the first instance? Some scholars, some learned scholars have actually described that process as evidence of state capture in Nigeria, and there's a whole lot of nepotism. People are judges, their children, their wives, their in-laws, their grandchildren are the ones who get appointed. To that extent, there's a belief that the Nigerian judiciary has been captured. And whatever measures we put in place will not be as effective because it has become a family or class affair. Anyway, if we continue to talk about that, we won't leave here today. But I'm going to bring in a note of positivity. Let us see what certain organizations are doing to improve the administration of justice and the independence of the judiciary so that we can measure up with international standards. To that extent, I will ask Ms. Princess Chifere from the UNODC to share with us what the UNODC has been doing over the years, because they have been running projects of judicial integrity in Nigeria for a long time. You have 5 minutes.
Probably useless. Thank you very much, and thank you, Leonard Sick. You did an excellent job. I was going to do a little bit of background, but now I don't have to do that because he touched on all the key points. I think I would focus really on the way forward. How do we begin to build our culture of integrity and strengthen our judicial process so that we, continuously uphold the rule of law? I would like to say that one of the key starting points, and I'm taking this from the recent third corruption survey, is the citizens' attitude to corruption. 70% of citizens who were asked to pay a bribe refused to do so, but that's a call for a change. And I think that's also a signal to both the judiciary and to government saying that things have to change and we have to start doing something now. There's only so much people can take. And I think it's also important that, and I think this was already mentioned by the lead speaker about political interference and the need for more transparent and merit-based appointment process. On that aspect, I think UNODC worked with CAS, Conrad Arnold Stevestone Foundation, about 2 years ago to put together some recommendations for the selection and appointment of judges that kind of follow international standards. And there's some good reference points that I will just list out here, which includes enhancing, measures within the judiciary, ensuring that there's strict enforcement of codes of conduct. Remuneration, as he had mentioned, was also referenced in that publication. Establishment of independent oversight body is equally important. I also think it's important that we propose initiatives that focus on building the capacity of the judiciary, and I think this is always happening. We also have within the National Anti-Corruption Strategy some initiatives to strengthen the judiciary, and I think it is good that we are implementing that and kind of putting monitoring and the evaluation process in place to see that it is truly implemented. Of course, investing in building more capacity of judicial officer through training, professional development is important. But perhaps let us be reminded by what we have, the international obligations we've assigned to ourselves, specifically under the UN Convention Against Corruption. Article 11 itself, which looks at judicial independence, really emphasize the importance of strengthening integrity and preventing opportunities for corruption among members of judiciary. It calls for measures to ensure that independence of the judiciary and to ensure that state members, like country, prevent any form of corruption that could undermine judicial integrity. It also reiterates the need for transparency and merit-based recruitment, professional evaluation, and training. UNODC has the Judicial Integrity Network, which helps support all of these worldwide. So including Nigeria, I think Nigeria has benefited. Justice Anna was part of that, and some other justice and the SAN who have benefited through that program. And it's also good to see that they've actually utilized that. Technology. I know there's been some improvement and some, success stories, but we have a long way to go. We need to kind of make the process a little bit easier. And also, finally, I would add that we need to also create awareness, make more advocacy, make people understand the process, let people know what their rights are. What processes, how can you make life easy for the citizen by explaining to them maybe in layman's terms what they need to know, how they can go about a judicial process in a more simpler term. So I think on this point, I would say UNODC will always support this process, and I will see if I will need to add anything towards the end. Thank you.
Very much for that intervention. Talking about codes of conduct, I know that the UNODC several years ago spearheaded the production of the Bangalore Principles, which is the code of conduct for judicial officers. And at that time, from Transparency International, we oversighted and supported that process when it was being produced. But incidentally, when Nigeria was being reviewed for implementation of the ONCAC, so I think it was in 2014 when the reviewers came here and we visited some judges. One of the judges told us that the problem they have is that nobody sensitizes them on this code of judicial conduct. They know it is there, but nobody they are not trained on it, nobody reminds them on it. So they go through the processes without on a day-to-day basis being aware of the standards that they are supposed to be held on, both nationally and internationally. So that is one of the problems. So when people here talk about training, the training sensitization, it is crucial for the judiciary because they like the rest of us, also need constant reminders. Now I'll go to Mr. Ashley Emenike. My question to you is based on your experience in the National Assembly from the legislative point of view. How do we address these issues the NSC has raised here? The financial autonomy, independence of the judiciary, basic the issues of integrity. How do we address it? That's legislative or oversight processes.
Thank you very much, Madam Lillian. Thank you, HEDA, for this opportunity. I want to just say something that, when it comes to the judiciary, I'm particularly sensitive and very invested. In the year 2007, I contested on the ticket of Labour Party for the governor of Rivers State. The results were announced, 20 contestants, I came second. I had the spread, had over 100 and something thousand votes, but somehow somebody who did not contest the election was sworn in. So, and I took this case personal, especially personal, because I don't like injustice, especially when it's done up to me. And one of the questions somebody asked me said, "Look, Excellency, come. What we want to help you?" I said, "Okay, please. What do you want? Do you want judgment or do you want justice?" Me, I didn't think. I said, "I want justice." He said, "Good luck." So, so if I had known that, I said, "I want judgment," then we can start negotiating. So when you're on the path of the judiciary, when you're looking for justice in this country, the road is filled with mines. I can understand the frustrations you go through as an SAN. I've worked with so many SANs, even in pursuit of justice, even with the former Attorney General. Now, we're all complicit. And to deal with the judiciary, if we don't deal with it, it's going to deal with us. You have the situation where, number one, from the angle, you have laws are being made literally on a daily basis. There's one coming for first reading, second reading, and some of them get through, some are assented. But when some of these laws are made, there's no cognizance of other clauses in other legislations that may overlap or may become in conflict, or will present a forum for shopping for a judicial officer to say, "Let me follow this one, let me go to this one." I remember one of the cases where you say there was when a judicial officer, the magistrate, is already doing a case and he gets to a particular point, and then he's elevated to become to the court above or a judge. What happens? You have to start de novo. And that's a problem, and that's still there in our laws. So there are things we need to look at to ensure that there are no overlaps and we don't give an opportunity for a judge to say, "Okay, let me go for this one." And then the citizens themselves are not engaged with what happens, especially in National Assembly. Everybody hears public hearing, and they do public hearing. And then I know what one little line can do. In the last Senate, we particularly fought for the proceeds of crime. And I remember clause 74. They say, "Oh no, the accuser has to prove." But you must be able to justify your source of wealth. You cannot have unexplained wealth. You're level 7 and you have 12 estates and all these cars. And I really feel bad saying this. When it was brought up, it was brought there, and they kept saying, "No, let's move that clause 74. Let's move that clause 74. Let's do like this. Constitution says that." But because we were very determined to ensure that we put that in that process of crime, we succeeded. And somehow along the way, when I said, "Can I have the final version?" that clause is also not there again. So we had to babysit that clause from the villa to the transport, from here to the villa to the transport to President Buhari to sign. When he signed it, we know that clause was maintained. So the public, we need to be engaged in the processes. Make sure that laws are not made that would give problems. And then the executives themselves should not, even by executive order, should not make pronouncements that are not lawful. And there's also the issue of weaponization of the judiciary in Nigeria, as it's happening everywhere in the world. If you fall out of favor with somebody who is a big man, as we say, he can actually, because of the appointment processes, which Madam Lillian has said here, because the judges being appointed are children, they are relations, they're relatives of politically exposed persons. And what's going to happen? Even in EFCC, even in ICPC, you see people being recommended. So is it possible for us to say you cannot, if you're a relation, you have a relation, if you're a relative or a relation of somebody who is a politically exposed person, you cannot be appointed into the judiciary for at least 5 years after the person has left office. Then we can create a more or less level playing ground. And the judges themselves
also have to think about the judgments they pronounce. And I'll give you two examples, and you might find this funny. I went to 20 minutes left. Thank you. So I went to court. I had my processes before the judge, a bunch of them, and then he just picked out one. There's, in fact, 500,000 naira penalty awarded against me per respondent for non-degeneration of my document. I didn't understand which was non-degeneration again. I asked my lawyer, I said, you don't put page numbers. I was fined 500,000 naira per respondent times 3, 1.5 million. I paid the next morning, came back with the teller, and we filed. That same judge was removed from office because he said he forgot to put an account number in something. So this thing comes to bite you. Another judge, I pleaded with him, please, my case is in Port Harcourt. Every day, PDP will lock office, and PDP is a national office. Transfer my case to Abuja. I've gone to Abuja every day. I'll spend hundreds of thousands of naira paying hotel fees. I pleaded with this man, this judge, and he refused. Somehow, because he mentioned their names, that's why I brought them up. Somehow he was elevated to the court above, and he refused to go, and the rest is history. So, as judicial officers, they need to also think of tomorrow. This karma is real. You do something, it might come back to you. And for those in the anti-corruption agencies and law enforcement agencies, I know the pressure you feel. It's a daily pressure. You cannot sleep. Somebody will come and wake you up. My brother, can you help? Can you help? So on that note, I just want to say, we need to be very careful what we're doing, and if we can prevent the infiltration of these agencies, law enforcement agencies, anti-corruption agencies, and judiciary, by putting a caveat that, look, if you are a daughter, a son, a cousin, a wife of a politically exposed person, you cannot be elevated to that seat until 4 or 5 years after you left office. That could be a start. Thank you.
The suggestion you have made, the recommendation, impacts on people's fundamental rights. It's a rights issue, actually. You cannot prevent people from following their aspirations or pursuing their careers just because their relations are politically exposed persons. But there are other ways you can check the nepotism going on. In that area, I blame the Nigerian Bar Associations when they are not oversighting that process at all. They allow a lot of water to pass under the bridge. Anyway, this is a discussion that will keep on going on until one day we'll find a solution. Now we will take 2 interventions from the floor, and then the presenters will have. Yes, please, sir.
Let me have my voice.
There should be another one. See, 1 minute, sir, because I think I know the people have already.
Allow me to speak. Allow me to say what I want to say. Good afternoon. My name is Abdullah Zibaku. I teach law with the Faculty of Law, National State University. My issue or my worries is anytime I look at this issue, I became so disturbed and so worried. The question here lies on the appointment of those who are coming to preside as judges. Lydia, if I know your character, and I will recommend you should be appointed a judge. If I have a case, what will you do to me? I've recommended you to be a judge, and I have an issue before you. What will you do?
No,
wait. The question here that we got it wrong. We always get it wrong when we appoint those who are not qualified to be judges. Let me tell you something. I was in Harvard Law School some time ago, 2003. And we had, in the course of our discussion in the class, they brought a format for us. But 1,000 questions for whoever is going to start to become a judge in the US. I still have the form. What put it down with me at home? 1,000 questions. They will even ask you whether you have ever stolen a meat from other sports. These are issues. Nigerian context is very bad. Those who are appointed to be judges, they are bad. Look, let me give you an instance of one judge. One senior advocate of Nigeria in Kaduna State. One day I sat with him. They offered him 7 times appointment in Kaduna State as a High Court judge. He said no. I was with him one afternoon. He said, Papa, I cannot be a High Court judge because I have no 500,000 in my account. That I cannot take that appointment. And he refused. After 7 offers, he refused. But later, he became senior advocate of Nigeria today. His name is Marcus Yarkaswa Mekaswa from Kaduna State. Is one of them. And when we talk about incorrigible judges, we have Junedu Mohammed, Yahya Junedu Mohammed of Lagos State High Court. This is somebody who have to hold him in high esteem. His case was that of this man, this APC chairman, Odegu or waiting, Oyebu. That was a case where Oyebu was a permanent secretary, federal permanent secretary. There were issues there. You know, to say, no, I off my hands, I cannot go on that case. When they are forcing him to do, he said no. I decided to say, better I should leave the appointment as a judge, and he left. Honorably, these are issues. We need people with credibility to become High Court judges. We need the people now bring their daughter, their sons to be High Court judges. We're getting it wrong.
So we can go on and on this matter. Please, let's take just one more intervention. Then we take concluding words from you. Please,
my name is Victor. I'm actually aligning with what we've been saying all along. Because judges have, I see them after God, they have the power of life and death. They can actually, with spoken words, determine the destiny of anybody. So they have to be above board, they have to be moral. I think the process of getting these people appointed as judges should be all involving. People should come and testify what they know about certain persons nominated to become judge. It should be a public screening exercise. It should not just be left to the president appointing and the National Assembly approving, and the next thing they're on the bench. From the NJC down to the citizens themselves, if somebody is earmarked to become a judge, let there be an open public exercise where people can come and testify, either of their goodness or their badness. And if there is any one bad issue, mentioned against a judge with verifiable evidence, that should disqualify such a person. So we should go all through that process to get our judges.
Thank you very much. Now I will give the presenters 1 minute each to round off, starting with the Leonard Seal. Do you have any final word?
Thank you very much. The judiciary as an institution today needs a lot of purification. And just as it is required of people in government to turn, because it comes back to each and every one of us. When people leave office and they are now victims of maybe a wrong, and they have to go back to the same judiciary. The judiciary they compromised when they were there will now be the same judiciary they will go back to, and it will now come to haunt them again. So it is something that you cannot ultimately avoid, and it is imperative that both the leaders and the led should try as much as possible to keep the institution free from corruption. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Menike, for final word.
Okay, yeah, but I just want to put something back to you because it's a learning process. Also, do my own thought processes. You mentioned it's a rights issue. They have a right to aspire. So, would the brother of the FCC chairman have a right to aspire for public property? Is that the same?
That is completely different. Because if somebody is appointed in job and his nation is a politically exposed person, there's a process that you can recuse yourself. First of all, you need to assign cases to that person related to the relation. Even if there's any trace of conflict of interest, a good judge with integrity will recuse himself from sitting on the process. There's a whole lot of process that we check on.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and that's my very final note. Thank you so much.
I think I take with me two key things: the need to kind of work continuously on that selection and appointment of judges. And I think on this regards, the tools and instruments we have at UNODC can be especially useful. And of course, we're open to working with the judiciary in achieving this. And of course, the capacity building component, the Global Judiciary Integrity Network, it's online, and you can register and get a lot of courses and learning from that platform already. It would be nice to then look for a way to institutionalize this, locally, so that it's more sustainable. And I just wanted to add those those 2 points.
Thank you very much, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Please can we give them a round of applause? Thank you very much for that very, very interesting one. Thank you, Ms. Lillian, for doing justice. You did say you take less than 45 minutes. So yes, they'll take good pictures, of course. They'll take good pictures, of course. I like that towards the end, it became very conversational between two of them, and I was getting clarity myself, because when she said it's a right issue, I'm like, what? But then we got more clarity. Thank you very much once again. Of course, with that, let me go ahead and recognize the presence of a very important person, Mr. Suleiman Ariba, who is the Executive Director of HEDA. Mr. Suleiman, yes, right there. Please, can we give a round of applause? He's the Executive Secretary at HEDA. Thank you very much. And then we're going to go to the final session. And for the final session, we have the theme to be enhancing integrity and accountability in public sector, strengthening anti-corruption agencies to combat grand corruption for sustainable governance. I beg your pardon. And for this session, we have the lead presenter to be Musa Adamu Aliyu, the Senior Advocate of Nigeria, who is ably represented by Mrs. Mutiat Musa. And contributors, can we give her a round of applause for us? Thank you. And this session is going to be moderated by none other than Mrs. Jane Nwameri from Tuga. She's going to be the moderator. Can we give her a round of applause also? Thank you. And then, of course, for my contributors, I have Mr. Moses Atolagbe. He's a director at CCB, and he is representing the chairman. Can we give him a round of applause, please? Thank you. And we also have on this panel, we have Batsheba Tagway. She's a senior level officer at CISLAC, and she's representing the executive director of CISLAC. Ms. Batsheba Tagway, I hope I got your name correctly. Please give her a round of applause. Yes, she's right there. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we're going to go with the lead speaker, who is going to go ahead and yes, in 5 minutes. We're pressed for time.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope we are not tired. We are still going to take our lunch anyway. Well, I'm not going to delay us further. Well, it's like I just sit. I don't have anything to say. Most of what I want to say, I've already been said. It's not about corruption, integrity. So I will just say the little I can say, and let's see how it goes. Now we're talking about integrity, ethics, ethical behavior, and whatever. Whatever we want to say, in Nigeria, we have laws, we have rules, regulations everywhere. But if we ourselves, we don't have a change of mind, attitude to the way we do things, we can't go anywhere. It's not about laws, we have public service rules, we have financial regulations, and so many rules guiding operations. But if we, drivers, if we don't do the right thing, have a change of mind, enough is enough. We want to have a Nigeria of our own. We can't go anywhere. We have been saying corruption, different definitions for corruption. Corruption, we have use of office for private gain, for Transparency International has said, World Bank have so many definitions. And when we say corruption, we have given it several names. It's a cankerworm, it's a cancer, It's a monster. So what do we call those who have taken who have looted our treasury? Do we call them monsters or we call them cankerworm? Nobody wants to be called that because it is not written on our faces. So we keep talking about integrity, integrity. Integrity is consistency. If you don't have it, you don't have it. There's nothing like 5% or 95% integrity. But we know it's very hard to, but we can try to have integrity. Now, what is integrity beyond ethics, beyond ethical behavior? So people behave maybe because of fear of punishment or as a result of a promise of a reward. So what happens when these controls are not there? So that means integrity too is gone. So we have the integrity, you have it, whether with controls in place or whatever. If you have the integrity, we have the integrity. Now, what is accountability? Obligations of individuals, organizations, and institutions to take responsibility for their actions, decisions, and policies. Being able to answer for one's performance while in office and even after leaving office. We have several public servants who have left ICPC and are being called are still being called to come and account for their actions in ICPC. Now, what has government done over the years to be able to curb some of these corrupt practices in the organization? Some of the panelists have talked about having the technology, having our systems automated. Yes, it's a very good one. But this system doesn't work on its own. It is being operated by human beings. We are the ones that operate on it. It is what you put in that it will bring out. Now, government is saying that it's tired of spending money, paying for service, paying personnel who are not staff of federal government, that is the ghost workers. And what did government introduce? It said, let's introduce the TSA, Treasury Single Account, and the IPs, Integrated Personnel Information System for the civil servant, for the government to be able to have an idea of the total number of personnel that it has, and to be able to aggregate the amount to be paid to them. So what happens? What are we having now? Even with that technology, in fact, what is happening there now is beyond anybody's, is beyond us. Now, I will give you an example of a case that it's already, I don't know if any of you have gone through it, but it's on the social media. We put some of these things on social media. What happens? This man is a civil servant, a deputy director, a public servant, the deputy director of one of the ministries. He has his children on the payroll, his wife, his brother's wife. They have seen almost about 13 or 15 persons. And that is not limited to, because you keep wondering, why is government saying we cannot pay 200 or 500,000? Because I still believe it's something that is possible. What is 70,000? If you want more than this, we have to work for it. Let us always do the right thing. If we don't do the right thing, we'll get it. Now, integrity. This is a deputy director in an office. Over the years, this man, you'll be looking at him because it's not written on the face. It's not written on our forehead. And this man will be a respectable person. I'm not trying to be a Muslim. I'm just trying to say, the man is a deacon. Now, what happens? What happened? We invited the children. When we invited the children, we invited him. It was originally denied, but the evidence is there. He has 2 daughters. Then the day we invited them, they were going for their NYSC. Just look at the humanizing thing. So when they came, I was telling my colleague that please, let's just take their statements and let them go, because they were going to their various stations where they were posted to. So we took their statement or whatever. They started crying, please. This is not about peace. You have been receiving alert from federal government, FGN, over the years, and you're happy with it. Nothing. Now issues have come up now. We went to the court. We took him to court for the first time. His lawyer was telling him to still plead not guilty. Meanwhile, you know that he's guilty because there's evidence everywhere. So the second time we were about to take him to the court. I think this is just about 3 weeks, not up to 4 weeks now. What happened? only for us to fear that he has taken sniper and killed himself. Now, this is it. We keep talking about corruption. Some of us, so many things have happened. Then can still be become a new leaf, as we can change the way we do things. It's not only about, it's not only about public office alone, even the private sector and whatever. For example, again, there was a day I was going along the way. I stopped over to buy onions in a basket. So I just said, please give me one. She poured one onions in the nylon. So one of my colleagues said, see that basket is not full. See the other is empty. They just put something inside. And I said, and I look at the others. I said, Madam, what is this? What? And that is it. These are the rural women at their own end. So everybody, it's like everybody is guilty one way or the other. And it's not until we change, we can continue to talk, and not until we change our behavior, the way we do things. Now, ICPC has 3 mandates. We have enforcement, prevention, and public enlightenment and education. And from one of when the keynote speaker said he would like to see more sanctioning. Sanctions. It's not about sanctioning now. Yes, the sanctioning is there. If you know how much is spent on prosecution, going to cases, going to the courts. So the commission is now saying we need to do more preventive measures, and we have several preventive measures in ICPC. It's better to prevent. They say the prevention is better than cure. And even if you look at UNCAC, chapter 2 or so, it talks about it, UNCAC. And it's not, even if you look at the acts, we have about 5 pillars there. The prevention is there, public enlightenment, asset recovery, ethical reorientation, enforcement, and sanctions. There are reasons for having all this in place, because if one doesn't work, then you can work on another one. And that is the present administration, ICPC, is focusing more on prevention, and that we have several activities that we have done in that aspect. And how do we strengthen the anti-corruption agency? They have said a lot. Funding is another issue. You go to the National Assembly, present a budget, they will cut it. So you don't have any choice. And that is why we appreciate some of the donor agencies, they've been supporting the commission. And even some of these NGOs, we have been working with them to collaboration with sister agencies is one of the ways we can strengthen ourselves, because if there is beef between agencies, we can't work very well. Collaboration with NGOs and CSOs, I believe we have them here, which is one of them, and we have been doing well in that aspect. And before the anti-corruption agencies too, the issue of special courts, I think that is necessary too, because some find out that some of the cases have been lingering 12 years and they say ICPC is not working. And this is what most people keep saying, that the law enforcement agencies are not working, And I'll say, okay, now let's take, for example, now, you say the police is not working. Let the police, ask the police to stop operation for 1 month or 1 week in Nigeria. Let us see what will happen. Then you will know the importance of police. And that is how it is. We can't do everything. That is why it is a collective effort. Everybody, each and every one of us at our various levels will be able to do the right thing. If you don't do the right thing, we will have the Nigeria we want. It is not all of us that we japa. We've seen the effect, the consequences of this corruption on our nation. Nobody is immune to security threats now. Whether you are rich or poor, everybody, they don't even care. Even if it's them requiring for a packet of salt from the poor man to kidnap, after kidnapping a poor man. But just a packet of salt, they are ready to kidnap. So whether you are poor or you are rich, all of us are just living in fear because of corruption. Money is released for certain projects or activities are not carried out. And ICPC has been doing a lot. If you go to the office, every you see cases, but people will say no. In respect of that IP, there was this other woman, she's on level 12. Now she raised her grade to level 17. She was collecting level 17 salary. She's still at Kuje.
And they have to stop you soon because we've been mandated to finish at 3:30.
She's still at Kuje now. So who is suffering for her? She's taking the consequences. So let us just try and do our best and be upright, uphold our integrity, and I think we have a nation we deserve.
A round of applause for her. Thank you so much for elaborately explaining to us the importance of integrity, the importance of ethical reorientation, and the need for each and every one of us to play our part. because it's not only for the public sector, but as citizens of Nigeria, we do have a lot to do to ensure that our country is rid of corruption and our government is able to deliver service to our people. So thank you very much, Mrs. Musa, representing the ICPC chairman for that lead paper. Our work here is, I think the reason why we've been given a very short time is because most of the issues we're supposed to discuss here have already been discussed in the earlier sessions. This session is actually to focus on the role of agencies, the anti-corruption agencies, in tackling grant corruption. We're also to talk about challenges facing anti-corruption agencies in Nigeria, such as the issue of political will interference, lack of independence, strategies for enhancing institutional independence and operations, coordination between the federal and state level, and also issue of sustainable governance and all. One key thing that we all know is the need for strong institutions. For any jurisdiction to be able to fight corruption or curb corruption to the barest minimum, we must have strong institutions. So today, a lot has already been said. We will just be touching on a few things, looking at issues like tools that we can use to make our work better. Also, looking at preventive measures, focusing a lot on ethics and integrity. You all know that all over the world now, ethics is being used as a very potent preventive tool for the fight against corruption. If you look at also at the provisions of the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, it highlights that strongly. I think those are just some of the issues we'll look at. But very interesting again, one of the key things I would like a few agencies here to talk about is the coordination between federal and state level anti-corruption agencies. So I'll start with the representative of the Chairman Code of Conduct Bureau. We've talked a lot today about enhancing transparency and integrity within the public sector. That mandate falls squarely on the Code of Conduct Bureau based on the provisions of the Constitution, based on your 14 codes. So I'd like to ask, since we already know your mandate, we'll not be going into that, but what are the challenges you are facing ensuring that the entire public sector abides by all those codes, understands it first? So what plans do you have for training and retraining and retraining? Secondly, that they abide by it because they need it for their day-to-day work. And then thirdly, yes, we know there are challenges which I do not want you to elaborate on. What are the things you put in place to mitigate those risks and challenges? Sorry, we have 5 minutes to respond to this. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. I represent the chairman, CCB, Dr. Abdullahi Usman Bello. The Code of Conduct Bureau have been doing so much, and then I must say that the government, the players, nobody really wants you to go after them. So you have CCB will have the challenge of funding. When you fund CCB heavily, then they will be able to discharge their duties and responsibilities in preventing corruption in public office or come after you. If you look at it holistically, the issue of prevention is very crucial and critical, right? Going after when the crime
corruption or stealing of public fund has taken place. That's why we have discussed how much is spent on looking into these things, consultancy outside the country. But if we put in place preventive mechanism, that's what other nations that economies are growing put in place. So it is believed that if we are able to do more in terms of enlightenment from the ground, from the basics, when we are growing up from the basics, from the primary school, you are taught what to do. I mean, you sing it on the road, you know what is not good. You could have a very few elements, but the people we knew in governance, in positions, in governors and public sector, actually, if you look at them today, they had nothing. But today, we find ourselves in a very messy situation where the corruption is hybrid. And fighting it, we need to also start from the basic. We need to ensure it's partnership. Thank God the NGOs are here. We have the media, and we need to sing it aloud. People are also all sitting here talking, but even the judiciary, all these I've mentioned have come together and played role in getting us where we are today. When the media begin to, you are going after somebody and they're painting it in negative limelight, when people refuse to look at the objectivity. It's easier to say the judiciary is corrupt, but it's also easier for you to say, no, the government is using them. What exactly are we talking about? If you say government is using them, can we please examine, has the person actually committed the offense or not? If you are saying, yes, government, you said somebody did not declare an account. I mean, Chief Law Officer of the Federation forgot to declare accounts. Whatever you want to make out of that, I don't care. The fact of the matter remains, was it committed? Was there an infraction?
Okay, thank you. To the extent, not to put you on the spot, but just to ask in specific terms what the Code of Conduct Bureau. These issues are germane and we see them all the time. But what is your bureau putting in place currently to try to curb those issues? Again, you recall that this morning there were issues on discussions on asset declaration, issues of verification. If it's also possible, in addition, to give us, let us know what plans are in place to be able to address those gaps.
Thank you so much. The CCB under the current leadership have mapped out strategy for on-spot verification of assets as we are submitting the asset declaration form. Verification of the content commenced immediately. And so it is, I wouldn't want to say some things, but it will shock you to know that even people holding top positions that don't even know so much about asset declaration. But we have mapped out strategies, every area is being covered now. And we are not relying on government 100% for funding. The funding has improved, but donor agencies are also coming around to ensure and enhance capacity building in various areas. So many of these things have been talked about. We talk about corruption even in recruitment. When wrong people are recruited into the system, we will not get any results. They will not be able to deliver. So in terms of asset declaration, a lot is being done in this regard. The Code of Conduct had commenced online asset declaration. We are moving from the paperwork. That way you are able to declare assets online, and the CCB is able to do a background check on where these funds are coming in. A lot has been done now, but the result will come up in a couple of months. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think that has been very interesting. Before I turn to the civil society, I'll still go back a bit to the ICPC, the lead presenter. I know you've done quite a lot of work on ethics in terms of the school curriculum and all, but I would just like to have an idea on how you've related your work with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy 2022 to 2026. We're a bit far behind in the implementation of that strategy. And I know ICPC is one of the agencies that strongly has a role in terms of the implementation of that strategy. I'm aware a few weeks ago, some of the necessary structures for the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, such as the Ministerial Committee at the level of the Federal Executive Council, was inaugurated. The M&E Committee for this second phase was also inaugurated. But I'd just like to hear a bit on how the EFCC specifically is implementing that policy, that holistic policy on the fight against corruption.
Well, in the aspect of prevention, I think we have prevention under the NAT too. We're trying to work with the local governments now. I think that's what is one of the things we are trying to do, because we need to get them to understand the reason why they need to understand what corruption risk is. And we want to, first of all, do advocacy visit with them. This will be done at the state level. We have officers at the state level going to do this. So that because of the autonomy given to them now, we need to work with them so that we ensure that these monies are not used, are not misused, are not misappropriated for the purposes for which they were released. And for some time now, the chairman has been having roundtable meetings with the media so that we can get their support in revealing some of these cases, because we find that even public reaction, public perception of corruption is another issue. The issue of our brother syndrome, right? It's my brother. Has he committed the crime or not? If it is my brother, then everybody's brother will not be persecuted. Then Nigeria will remain what we don't want it to be. And also, we are doing sensitization, town hall meetings. We've been going to public enlightenment groups to enlighten people. We enlighten the locals on the use of corruption for them to monitor projects. Even if they don't know, they need to find out. We have authorized where they can call and report to monitor some of their projects too. And we've been encouraging agencies to carry out corruption risk assessment of their organization, because if they're able to identify where these risks are, their vulnerabilities, they'll be able to put controls in place. And that is where the issue is. Corruption continues to thrive because there are no controls in place. But if they're able to assess some of these risks, identify them, then put measures to mitigate them, I think the corruption issue will be reduced. The other one is the constituency and project tracking group. We find out that some of the projects that have been abandoned, elephant projects, and we have gone to, we visited them, and they've gone back to site. An example, because people will say ICPC is not performing, but what we are doing behind those, most people don't know. It's not everything that can be reported, but still we do all this. For example.
Yeah, I'll stop you here because to a large extent, I think we've highlighted quite a number of achievements that we've made even in the recent, month. This month actually, on the 11th, I know the TICPI result was out. Well, Nigeria scored a bit higher on some indices. For us at SUG as well, being a research and monitoring unit, we had actually carried out an in-depth research on the TICPI, looking at the survey sets used. We had mentioned the issue of perceptions, and sometimes it's very difficult for you to actually link perceptions with the actual. And this is one of the reasons why at some point I had to just cut it short, because we know that the actual a lot has been done. But how is what is being done actually transmitted into public perceptions? And that is where I come to our colleague from the civil society, from CISLAC, on the TICPI. I know we scored a bit, and in fact, on some indices, we had actually gone lower based on some survey sets. But it's just of the 2 new survey sets that were added that made us score a bit higher. So from your perspective, what do we need to do to improve perceptions on one hand? Secondly, what do we need to do as a country to ensure that we score higher on the TI, CPI? You note that it is not really an assessment of the actual work of agencies. But unfortunately for us, even when you speak to young children today, their minds are already made up that things are not working well. So from your perspective, what can you do together with government to change perceptions?
Thank you very much. So I'll just jump straight to it. Like you said, the CPI is a perception, and it looks at our public sector, because the sources that are usually used for the CPI are business experts, international institutions that Nigeria is a part of. And as a business person or as a company or an institution, the first contact you make with any country are the public institutions within that country. So there's, of course, certain indices that are used to measure this perception, and some of those are like the bribery issue that was mentioned in the earlier panel discussions and even during the keynote address, and even the conduct of our public officials, the level of even like the punitive measures, for corrupt public officials and all of that. And you'd agree with me that those are still very serious issues here in Nigeria. There are things that we cannot deny are happening. Yes, Nigeria moved slightly higher, just 1 point. It's not, 1 point is not really significant. We just moved 1 point from 25 to 26. I mean, if your child comes home with 26 over 100 in a test, it's not really a good result. However, it is a move, higher. And like we always say, it is not, the CPI is not like an attack on government. Civil society is not attacking government. We are actually complementing efforts of government, and we're trying to see what we can do as citizens to make the situation in Nigeria better. And we actually commented there are some things that we think made us to rank a bit higher. And we mentioned the effort of our anti-corruption agencies in spite of some of the challenges that they face, even in the course of their work. But we know that they're doing quite a lot. And then we also talked about even the collaboration and even the work that media and the civil society are allowed to do. There's a lot of collaboration between government institutions, civil society and media, which has really helped, our civic space.
Okay. Yes, so thank you very much on that. And I totally agree with you. The fight against corruption cannot be done by the public sector alone. Yeah. We definitely need the civil society. We need everybody to be on board. We need school children to be on board. Yeah. We need to catch them young. We need to fight corruption from the cradle to the grave. And that's what, even the national strategy tries to seek. But I just observed a little challenge because of the lack of confidence in the public sector. Even when the public sector tries and has a lot of initiatives, makes quite a number of wins, there is still this perception that nothing is being done. And I appreciate the level of collaboration the public sector has been having with the civil society. But I would just like to know what more does the public, what more should we all be looking out for in this partnership, so that even our very young children, we can take them to believe that things are, not for everybody to be on the negative at all times, but also to be able to see the positive, to begin to look at our cup as half full rather than half empty. What can we do together in partnership? Because at the end of the day, we have one country and it belongs to all of us. So what can we do more, for better results?
Yeah. So there are a lot, but let me mention two things. And these are two out of the 10 recommendations that we gave during the CPI launch. One, citizens need to feel the impact of whatever interventions, public institutions, or collaborations that is happening with public institutions and civil society is going on. A lot has been said about asset recovery. Oh, we're recovering so many assets, both domestic and internationally. But what is the impact of those asset recoveries on the ordinary Nigerian? You turn on your TV, you turn on your radio, millions and billions are being recovered. How does the old man in the village feel the impact of those millions and billions? Initially, we said, okay, there's no legal framework for the effective management, to guide us on how to manage these assets that have been recovered. Earlier, they talked about some of these assets being looted and, relooted and all that. If these assets, these are taxpayers' money, these are resources from Nigeria. When they are recovered, how are they put back into the system to ensure that the ordinary Nigerian feels the impact, that I can go to my village and say, oh, that healthcare facility, oh, this particular, it was from the money that was looted from Nigeria. Now, even the local women in the village, even the farmers in the village, whoever would be able to say, oh, I am benefiting in some kind of way from the assets that were recovered, instead of just saying, oh, billions and millions, and we don't even know where it is kept and all of that.
Okay, so thank you. It shows that all of us, everyone has a responsibility. One, we do have the Proceeds of Crime Recovery and Management Act. Two, we have the Treasury, the portal, where you can see expenditure. So it shows that the more and more transparent government gets, the more and more involvement is required from the civil society with an understanding of how some of these issues work. So thank you very much. But in 1 minute, I would want the CCB and in another minute, the ICPC to just speak a bit about your efforts in coordination between the federal and state level anti-corruption agencies.
Thank you. CCB built on tripod, honesty, transparency, and accountability, and that's all that we have been discussing. For CCB, we have put in place monitoring mechanism, and we have CCB offices all over the state of the federation, and so there's a coordination. That's a reporting system from state to the headquarters, where we are put in place some internal mechanism which I will not disclose right here that have been yielding results in the last 2 months.
Some states have anti-corruption agencies now, so how do you relate with them?
Thank you. Like it was discussed, we have Kano and then Oyo State. Incidentally, I have worked in Oyo State. I've been meeting with the Kano on some platforms, but it is noted that there has to be synergy between us. The reason for the establishment of this ones are the fear that the anti-corruption agencies by the federal government it's not fully independent. That's why they're establishing this. But it's noted that we'll establish a network. Thank you.
Thank you, Annette. ICPC, in just 1 minute. Okay. How you relate with the anti-corruption agencies in the states?
We've been encouraging establishment of anti-corruption commissions in the states. And so far, we have been assisting them with capacity building. We have been doing that. Even this, the Kano anti-corruption, I know where we assisted in capacity building at our anti-corruption academy at Kefi. And in the interest of carrying out their work, where they need assistance, clarification on issues, ICPC is always ready to do that with them.
Thank you very much. So at this point, I think we can take Just 2 questions, 1 minute each.
Just 2 questions. I think there was a lady. Okay, that's one person. There was a lady earlier. Okay, yeah, that's it. Let me just start with her, and I'll come to you, sir.
Thank you. I think this is a great opportunity that I will vomit my problem. I have something to say about teachers, those who are teaching in the village. Most of them, they are taking their students always in their family the name of labor. If I can remember, during our time, labor is only 1 day in a week, that is Thursday. But in the village, since from Monday to Friday, every day is for labor. Honestly, corruption is everywhere in Nigeria, more especially outside people. We are calling it Albarkam office. When we hear something, when we hear something about Albarkam office, it means corruption. So that's
Thank you. That's yes, yeah, that's very disturbing.
Thank you, Madam Jean. My question is actually just a recommendation to the CCB. Please, sir, we are civil society. My name is Omar Yaku, Center for Fiscal Transparency. Ours is an advice. I am aware you have a very good leader now in the name of Dr. Abdullah Bello. We are tired of these excuses. You want to sensitize public servants, you want to go and, what's the word, educate them about what? Please use 10 million naira, develop an open portal, let them go and fill it. I know you have one already, activate it. Secondly, it takes nothing. Those that are not compliant, send them to ICPC and EFCC, keep them busy. Don't waste our money to sensitize any public servant, please. That place is dormant, so please, you just need to wake up. We're just here to support you as civil society. That's why I'm being very civil in my language now. Please, sir, thank you.
Okay, so can we, I think, okay. Please, 1 minute, please.
Okay. So can I take 2?
No, 1, please.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. This is for the code of conduct below. People will not comply or they will not do full disclosure unless public is involved. And I know that there are laws that restrain you from giving us their every information about them. But can your portal be such that if I know that this public officer has this property, I don't need to know every other thing he has declared, but can I, with the details of that property, interrogate and see that has he declared it? Is it possible we get to that stage?
I just want to speak to my name is Joshua Olufemi from DataFight. The issue of the perception survey always giving us what we think is not the correct thing. I guess it's for all the agencies that are seated and those that are outside that collaborate to even make the information about what you do, even if it's just the metadata available. If ICPC says I've done this amount of projects, monitoring, how many, in which place, local government, and all of that. If you've worked with civil society or collaborated with them to do the monitoring, how much in Naira or whatever currency have you recovered? You can't be saying everything is hidden, everything is under secrecy, everything is on, and then you want the civil. I mean, I think the government officials should try as much as possible to keep giving their job to civil society to do. If you need civil society, we send you courtesy letter, we send you FOIs. You have never sent us anything to come to your office and train you. If you need training, ask. If you need help, ask. Don't tell us to do what we already do and overdo. But please, I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have just 1 question actually, and which was to the CCB.
Thank you. The portal, we have had some declarations on the portal, and we are currently working on security of it, on the security. We've had agencies that have declared. Number 2, we have thousands of cases at the tribunal for those that have not complied with declaration, but the tribunal has not been sitting for a while. access to from CCB, the constitution, unless the constitution is amended. Apart from that, the CCB is open. Like we said earlier, you don't have to put your name. All we need is information to get us working. Thank you.
Thank you. I know there was actually a very heartfelt cry out today in terms of how teachers use students for personal, for labor and all that. And I think it's really, really out of place. I believe that if you see such incidents, you should report, because I'm not sure it is completely widespread across the country. So wherever you see such incidents, please report. You can't even report to the ICPC when it gets to that level, because I know they have an education area which they can look into it. Beyond that, public institutions are also supposed to even have actors. I know that you're talking about something at the state level. I'm sure there would also be state level anti-corruption agencies. But in conclusion to this question, I would also say that the National Anti-Corruption Strategy has 5 pillars. It actually talks about the need for supposed to ensure these sector-specific strategies have not been put in place. Now they have been put in place, because usually when you talk about issues of corruption, maybe the education ministry may not immediately see where the issue is for them. But these sector-specific strategies are supposed to highlight such instances and also ensure that they do not happen. So I think the first thing I would say is that such incidents should immediately be reported. Again, in terms of the issue of ethics and training of ethics, thank you, Dr. Umar Yakubu, talking about, not only focusing on training, but I think we really need to train people. We have new entrants into the public service oftentimes. And again, with our educational system, a lot of people don't go out looking for information. So to avoid, to ensure that all public servants know the 14 codes, which they are bound by, which they are supposed to use as a guiding principle in their day-to-day work, TUGA, working with the Code of Conduct Bureau, developed an explanatory manual on the 14 codes so that everybody has a general understanding. It's actually done in infographics for each and every one of you to be able to, everyone, public servants, even the public, to appreciate it and understand how to work. And the next stage we're on now is the development of a virtual tool so that everybody from the comfort of your office can plug into that thing and go through the 14 courses. It's done in such a way that you can't go through only course 1 and move to course 2. You answer questions before you move on to the next course. And at the end of the day, it gives you a certificate. Now with that, the Bureau can issue the guidelines so that everybody knows once you don't do what you ought to do, I mean, they hand you over to who they ought to hand you over to. And thank you again. We are not doing enough in terms of putting out what the agencies, the anti-corruption agencies are doing in terms of initiatives to curb corruption, in terms of data. And thank you for reminding us, I think, Mr. Joshua. I think this is one forum where it's been highlighted over and over again. And I believe the anti-corruption agencies are taking it back to ensure that they do that. For us at TUGA, data is key. For us to be able to meet our treaty obligations under the UNCAC, under the African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, the ECOWAS Protocol, all the other ones we signed up to, we need data that is stored in an easily retrievable manner that is disaggregated. And that is what he has mentioned. And that is what we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, can we give them a round of applause? Thank you very much for that interesting session. You'd agree with me that that was one very, very interesting session. And I think the persons who contributed or asked questions, you could really see it in their eyes that, oh, they really had so much they wanted to say, but it's like, let me be civil, let me let it pass. And I'm really hoping that everything that you have said, in the meantime, you can go ahead and take pictures so that I don't waste much of your time. Now, everything that they have said, we are going to take it home and we are going to do what needs to be done. Like she said, let's be active bystanders. People, I mean, this is so alien that children are taken to the farm every day as labor is very, very, very disturbing because they should be studying. And of course, you see something, you say something, don't just keep quiet. And yes, data is life, data is very important. At the core of the work that we do, data is what drives it. Thank you very much once again for that one. And yes, that has been it. 3 interesting sessions, 3 very, very interesting sessions have come and gone. We have had very erudite speakers who have gone ahead to share from their wealth of experience. I'm just going to go ahead and call for the vote of thanks, and I'm going to be calling none other than the chairman of the event, Professor Isa Sadiq Reda, who is going to give us the vote of thanks and any takeaway. Please, can we give a round of applause, please?
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. Well, all is well that begins well, or began well and ends well. On behalf of the HEDA, its leadership, the organizers, the people who have organized the documents, the hoteliers, the providers of our breakfast, we thank everybody for the participation. It has been quite active. I must confess that even though corruption has kept us busy, today we have kept corruption busy. At least we have discussed, and a lot of issues have come on board. Therefore, on behalf of the organizers, the leadership, we thank everybody for our participation, and we hope when next people are invited, they will come and participate very actively like we have done today. HEDA is known for this activity, and there is no going back. Fighting corruption is not a choice. So taking it seriously is also not a choice. Well, we thank you very much for participation. We wish you a safe journey back to your respective destination. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. No. Thank you very much to the chairman, and I'm just going to call on Mr. Suleiman, who is the Executive Secretary at HEDA, to give us the closing remark and the vote of thanks. And then, of course, the lunch I did not promise you, I'm still going to deliver because I'm a very good person. Please, can we give you a round of applause? It's not lunch.
Thank you very much. I adopt the vote of thanks by Oga Professor Rada. So we thank all of you. And please, Albarka in office is not a good thing. And it is pervasive all over the country with different names. You find even in Lagos, teachers will tell students, bring a toilet roll, bring this, bring that. They accumulate it and go and sell. And that's bad Albarka. So while we focus on the big issues, I think we also, because if students are taken through such process of evolution, of acculturation, they will not see anything wrong with it when they grow up. So once again, I want to thank everybody. Thank you very much.
Can you give me another round of applause? Thank you very much for being good sports. This has been very intriguing. I had fun and a lot. Once again, my name is Amina Bint Muhammad, and this has been the 38th Anti-Corruption Situation Room hosted by HEDA in partnership with the in partnership with Kano State Public Complaints and Anti-Corruption Commission, and of course with support from the MacArthur Foundation. And I'm really hoping that subsequently when we invite you to all of our events here at HEDA, you are going to praise and you're going to be here and you're going to continue to be good sports. Once again, it has been lovely driving this Danfo bus, and we're about to get to our destination. Thank you very much and good evening. You don't have me.